Hey, J-Bone Nation! Shaming of Jay. He's not a dopey dumb bitch. He gets laid. The court jester. The court DJ. It's time to dive into the case. To the case.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, good morning, good morning. How's everybody doing? Friday, folks. It is Friday. Hey, Tracy K, Dizzy, Amy, Truth and Justice, Mike, Kansas, 7 degrees. Dang. Got my you can never get too much of Donnie. What's up, Donnie? Thank you, Joanne, for the shirt. Good morning, Angel Baby. Debbie, Dave, Serena, Mish. Did I say Amy? I think I did. Sarah, Serena, Sally, Blair, Sweet Lou, Hospice Jess, Catherine, Amy, the Donnie, Carrie 28, Groot, Tina, Paulie 3 on the kick machine, Janique, Mom and Dad, Chloe and Sally. Did I miss anyone? Afy, good morning, good morning, good morning. Venante Laberius, good morning. Thank you all so much for being here. I figured I'd start this right on time. We already got the feed up. Gotta love this punctual courtroom, so let's not miss anything here. Squadoosh. Oh, I just got a... Joanne is too freaking kind. Just bought 5 coffees. Thanks for being the best, she wrote. But in reality, Joanne is the best. Joanne, thank you so much always for your support. You're amazing. Good morning, Adeline. Good morning, Amy. Thank you all so much for being here. Thank you, Joanne.
Thanks a lot, man.
Good morning, Just Mimi from freezing Arizona. A lot of people cold, sounds like. Oh, Botrix woke up. That's nice. Guys, if you didn't see, we got a pretty cool thing we're going to do on next Tuesday. No court on Monday, right? At Martin Luther King Day. So Tuesday, I will be joining Nerdy Addict's stream. He knows this case back and forth. And but I'll be like a guest on his stream, but it will also be broadcast through our stream. So it'll be on our channel and his. So I'm going to watch the trial with him on Tuesday. So that's going to be cool. I've never done a dual stream before, so I'm excited to do that. So that'll be on Tuesday, dual stream. Saturday, Shannon's doing Saturday psych session on, thank you, Joanne. Hey, Laura. On Mary Kay Latorno, Saturday. So when this stream ends, the portal's going to take you to Saturday's stream. So if you could like it, get it in the algo, that would be great. That's Saturday at 6 p.m. Eastern. Good morning, Marla. Thanks so much, everyone, for being here. Why is this not on live? Son of bitch. All right, it's on live now. Oops. I did add a volume booster, so I hope it works. I had one that was working and it stopped working. So hopefully the new one will work. Good morning, Janet. All right, Clabby's off the stand. I can edit this ticker. See who the first witness is. By the way, folks, something I did not realize. The reason Michelle Troconis had earphones in yesterday apparently is to interpret, because she is alleging she can't understand English, which I don't know if that's true, but I don't know. Any hoozle, if you saw she had those headphones, apparently that is why. New subscriber. That's cool. Good morning, Mejusia06. Good morning. Thanks for being here. I hope I didn't butcher that. Because I was wondering why in the beginning of the trial they were talking about an interpreter, and that apparently is why. Yeah, Afi, you're right. Afi on the kick says she sure understood English when she heard them discussing the time of the final recess for the day. She thinks she's full of it. She is from Venezuela, but she's been here for a while, right? I mean, I did find another channel that is. Mike says maybe she's lurking on the live stream. Maybe she's got it cooked up. Hope she likes and subscribes. Hey, my crazy life. Awesome. Awesome to hear it. Good morning, Doris. Thanks for being here, everybody. And guys, do you know what next Thursday is? Next Thursday is Babe Shannon's birthday. Good morning, Deborah Ann. Next Thursday, Babe's birthday. She's way older than me. She was born January 1980. I was born June 1980. And she is. I'm dating a cougar. I'm married to a cougar, folks. She's way older than me. Hey, Bobby. My crazy life says I'm new to Shannon's channel and also love her content. Love to hear it. Thank you. Oh, gotta move this over. Got some movement. Are we starting? We got some movement. A puma. I've been told she's a puma. Good morning, Amber. No party. No party. We're not like a party, folks, I guess. But we'll probably go out and do something if she would like that. Doesn't it, Mish? You're right. It does sound way cooler. By the way, the awesome thing about this shirt, Joanne, you can never have too much Donnie, is it perfectly matches this hat. I mean, it's perfect. Good morning, Stacy. That's true, Dizzy. A party is Jay's worst nightmare. That is true. What's up, Steve? Guys, I was watching the trailer for the last season of Curb, and I was all in my feels. I am not ready for Curb Your Enthusiasm to go away. What's up, Mike? Joanne did that on purpose. Amber has a rat trapped in her closet. Oh, man. 44, Donnie, 44. I revealed this on the members only stream. If you are born in 1980, here's a little trick for anyone who's born in 1980. You add the like 2024. I know I'm 44 because I do 20 plus 24. You do the first two plus the second two. It's a little tip for you. Anyone who's born 1980. So 2023, I was 43. 20 plus 23. I saw that. I saw that, Sarah. Brooklyn. Jennifer Dulos grew up on the same street we lived on, Brooklyn Heights. Her family still has a real estate agent here on Montague Street. Look at Brooklyn bringing the knowledge, bringing the funk.
Brooklyn, so Brooklyn.
Morning, Drenda. Good morning, Pumpkin Porter. Sarah said, I saw a comment from Donnie that Michelle looks like a younger Rex Sherman, and I was pulling it up, especially in this thumbnail. She kind of does. Good morning, Samantha. Learning math skills. There you go. Someone block Mish. She just called me old. Mods, take care of Mish, please. Oh, December 79. Math is no fun for me. Although both my kids enjoy math, and my mom was big into math. I am no good with the math. Conspiracy to commit murder, Deborah Ann, and hindering the prosecution and tampering. Why does this keep going off the live? Thanks, Steve-O. Good morning, Ellie Cat. Morning, Missy. I don't know what is going on with my computer right now. This is not good. What the hell?
Because I'm going to bunk with you.
My crazy life. Welcome to the Bows. Thank you so much. Capri Sun's in the chat. Thank you so much. Thanks so much for being here. Here's your early reminder to hit that like button if you haven't already. Get this thing in the algorithm. This is on a bunch of other, channels. People are streaming it, so we appreciate you being here with us. Doris says this is a fun chat. Love to hear that. We have fun here, Doris. Thank you, Deborah Ann. Says she loves the streams on Wendy Adelson and how she's going down. Thank you. Good morning, Ann. Thank you. I appreciate that very much, my crazy life. Good morning, Rochelle. I'm a new subscriber. Love your channel. Thanks so much for subscribing. Yeah, well, exactly. What happened to the punctuality, Sweet Lou? Hey, Heather. Good morning. Good morning. It really is, Debbie. So many channels are subscribing to this. Oh, My Crazy Life is Susan. All right, I got to try to remember that. My Crazy Life is Susan. I try to remember all the names. My Crazy Life Susan. Okay. Hey, Karen. Good morning. Good to see you. Yes, Afy, that is correct. Grandma Gotti had her hearing moved up to January 22nd, so we'll be covering that for sure. Thank you, Bobby. You got it, Dizzy. DLV, welcome to the Bows. Welcome, welcome.
Because I'm going to bunk with you, buddy. We're going to be buddies. We're going to be pals. We're going to wrestle around.
There's Babe. Oh, make sure you have gifts on. You never know when someone's going to gift out a membership. Thank you so much, DLV. Welcome, welcome. Karen.
I'm with you, buddy. We're going to be buddies. We're going to be pals. We're going to wrestle around.
Good. Welcome to the Super Bowls. Thank you so much, Karen. Good morning, Destiny. Good morning, Destiny. Sometimes they run out, Karen. I'm not sure why. YouTube has it all messed up. So, like the months that people have been members is like messed up. I don't know. It's like a glitch with YouTube, and then sometimes they expire. That's weird, Karen. I'm not sure why it stopped. DLV, yes. I believe the Erica Stefanko trial will be televised. I think Court TV is covering it. But they had an issue with jury tampering. Thank you, Destiny. Apparently the jurors they originally picked were watching like news on the case, and they had to pick new jury. If I have that correct, Dizzy probably knows. The Erica Stefanko case. You missed the mess. You missed it, Elizabeth. JD, what's up, JD? Good morning. Good to see you. Court is late, probably because I That's a good question. Donnie, excellent question. I don't know if Shannon's still in the chat, but I do wonder how she feels dating a much younger man. Like the looks we get sometimes out in public, the judgment, we can feel it. Clearly today we're not being punctual because yesterday we talked about how punctual they were. Hello, good morning, Inez. Inez, good morning, good morning. Oh, she is in the chat. Babe, if you want to answer Donnie's question, he was curious. How do you feel dating a much younger man? Oh, here we go. We're moving from the seal. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Vivster. I know, Doris. I blew it. How dare you, Mish?
Yesterday regarding the presumptive blood tests that were conducted by Detective Riley that he will
Good
be
morning, Jersey
testifying
Jen.
to today. So that needs to be addressed.
Be right
prior
back,
to
getting the
his
dogs.
testimony.
Thank you. Are you ready to call your witness?
I am, Your Honor.
Thank you. Bring the jury in, please.
It's Chick-fil-A Day for Mr. Darcy. If you're not following Art with Viv, you should be. She's awesome. If you want to learn, if you're new to this channel and you don't know who Art with Viv is, are we bringing the jury? She's amazing. Check out her channel. Teaches you how to draw, paint, etc. It's great.
If I may, Your
Detective
Honor.
Pearson, correct.
Yes, Your Honor. Sergeant Jamie Pearson. May I approach the clerk, Your Honor?
Sergeant Jimmy Pearson.
May I approach the clerk?
Oh, do we have a sidebar already, folks? Do we have a sidebar already? Oh, Jenny Pearson, did you say? Oh, the guy is a photographer who doesn't have a desk. Get the photographer a desk.
If you could please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly
Good morning, Elizabeth
affirm
Betty
that the
C.
case may be that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Please state your name and spell it for the record.
Sergeant Jamie Pearson, JamiePearston.
Pearson.
And your
You may be seated.
affiliation?
Connecticut State Police, Western District, Major Crime.
Thank you.
You may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am. How are you?
Good.
You currently work with the state police?
Yes.
Okay, and your current rank, please?
Sergeant.
How long have you been a sergeant with the Connecticut State Police?
Approximately 2 years.
Thank you. Could you please describe some of your training and experience with the state police?
Yes, I was hired in 2008. At the time, I attended the State Police Academy. I have received extensive training throughout the course of the academy, as well as outside institutions, to include interview, crime scene processing, scene mapping, photography, evidence collection, blood pattern analysis, various other things.
Are you with a particular division or department within the Connecticut State Police?
Yes, Western District Major Crime.
Morning,
And do
PJ.
you specialize in any, a specific part of major crimes?
Yes, I'm currently the supervisor of the crime scene van.
When you say crime scene van, can you just briefly explain what that is?
Yes, each district is assigned a van unit, which is comprised of detectives that is responsible for processing crime scenes, to include scene documentation, photography and such, as well as analysis, interpretation.
And you are currently the sergeant for Western District?
Yes.
In 2019, what was your role?
I was a detective within the same crime scene van unit.
How long have you been working in the van unit total?
I began in 2018 as a detective and assumed command upon promotion.
And which was when?
2021.
The van down by the river unit.
I'm going to draw your attention specifically back to that May 2019 timeframe. Did you have an occasion to respond to 69 Wells Lane in New Canaan?
Yes.
Do you recall when you responded?
I responded on the 27th.
Was that the first time that you responded there?
It was.
Okay, so you did not go on the 24th or 25th?
No.
Okay. What was or why did you respond there?
I was tasked with producing a scene map as the continuation of scene processing was extended to the 27th.
Was anyone from New Canaan Police Department on scene when you arrived?
Yes, there was a marked cruiser securing the scene.
And who else from the Connecticut State Police was on scene with you?
Myself, Lieutenant Colonel Davison, Detective Riley, Detective Hazen, Detective McGavin. I believe that was it.
And you mentioned a sketch map. Is that what you, could you just explain what that is?
Yes, we take measurements from the scene to produce a map which would depict spaces, whether it's size of a building or the room, the crime scene in question, as well as evidence in its relation to the scene.
In this case, what did you mean by scene?
I was tasked with mapping the garage of 69 Wells Lane.
What's the purpose of a sketch map?
We want to memorialize the location of evidence, as well as other items. It could be furniture or things of interest, things of value.
And you mentioned a few names of individuals who were with you. In the course of going through the garage, or what were their assignments?
Lieutenant Colonel Davison was called in to assist with the blood pattern analysis. Sergeant McGavin was the scene officer, so he produced a scene report. Detective Riley was responsible for evidence collection, and Detective Hazen took photographs.
And you mentioned a blood pattern analysis. What is that?
It's when the blood presented is analyzed and interpreted.
Are you trained in blood pattern analysis?
Yes.
Is that in any way connected to reconstruction of a crime scene?
I am not trained to the same level as others. I have a basic understanding and knowledge of blood stain.
You did not conduct the blood pattern analysis in this case, did you?
I did not.
Okay, who did?
Lieutenant Colonel Davison.
Now, have you worked with Lieutenant Colonel Davison previously?
Yes.
About how often?
I began on patrol in 2008 with, at the time, Trooper Davison, but I've known him throughout my entire career, and when I joined Major Crime in 2013, he was in the unit, and we worked together throughout that tenure.
Now, in the course of creating a sketch map, are there certain steps you take?
Yes.
Could you just walk through with some of those steps that you do?
Once the items are items of evidentiary value, I should say, once they are identified, I produce field notes where I am measuring them in to the scene and memorializing it in a note pattern. I then take the notes and put it into a report and produce a actual map utilizing Easy Street Draw, which is the program.
What types of tools do you use when you create the sketch map?
Various things. In this case, I used a laser distance measurer as well as a steel measuring tape.
Like Kid, your Honor states 8, I believe, is a full exhibit. No objection?
That's correct, no objection.
States 8 will be admitted as a full exhibit.
I may just have 1 minute to sign in here.
Good question, Afi. I didn't see his bow tie.
May I inquire, Your Honor, and of the clerk, if the televisions are on?
No.
May I just have a moment, Your Honor?
They're on there.
No, there's. Is Your Honor? Sergeant Pearson, if you can please take a look at what is conveyed on the screen behind you. And if I may, this is States 8, Picture 1, which is actually a PDF. And Your Honor, I will say this is with respect to Sergeant Pearson, I have to alternate between PDFs and photographs, so it might not go as smoothly as I hope. With respect to what's behind you, Sergeant, if you can, do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
That is the first map of 8, which is an overall of the garage located at 69 Wells Lane.
Now, you talked a little bit about taking measurements and utilizing a ruler and a tape measure, I guess. Is that a way to say it? Thank you. Can you walk us through, perhaps explain how you use those tools to create this map?
Yes, in this case, I used a rectangular coordinate method, which is the method where you have 2 steel tapes on the ground in this instance, and they intersect at a right angle to determine a distance from 2 known points. In this case, it was the footings of the poured cement garage floor.
Would you mind, please, Your Honor, may I ask her to go up to the screen point? Thank you. Sergeant Pearson,
Sounds like there's going to be some more math, folks.
When you say the footings, what do you mean?
Around the perimeter, there's approximately 3 1/4 inches of cement that protrudes to the interior of the sheetrock walls.
And do you have a marking next to that, and you have an arrow directing it? This is in the, I guess, the bottom middle of the PDF. And a number on the top says 3.25. What does that mean?
That's the approximate measurement of that protrusion of cement.
Okay. Could you please explain on the, I guess, working your way from left to right, if you could just explain some of the markings. You have A, B, C. What is that?
So these were evidentiary zones that allowed us to segment the garage into a more workable space. And then I was able to take measurements from each evidentiary zone and elaborate or blow it up into a larger map.
With respect to the, I guess, zone G, why is that in the middle, or why is that depicted like that?
So G contained a vehicle at the time of processing, and we mapped G with the Range Rover in place as found by detectives.
And D, E, F?
Same as A, B, and C. It was in the southernmost garage bay. It was split into 3 evidentiary zones.
On the upper right side, or I'm sorry, not even upper right side, but on the right side, there is an arrow that has a number. I think it's 21, starting with 21. Can you just explain what that is?
Yep, so this is the interior dimension from wall to wall, which would be east-west in a measurement of 21 feet 1 inch.
Did you measure from, I guess it would be north-south as well?
I did, so from north to south, footing to footing, the interior measurement was approximately 33 feet and 11 inches.
Now, you also have writing on the left-hand side, and I'm putting my cursor on it over here. What does this mean?
This is part of our map legend, which is generally included in every map that we produce, and it includes the case number, the date, the type of case, the location, my name and signature, as well as the scale, north arrow, and whether or not it's one of the series.
Now, there's a marking right in, I guess, grid B that states area of convergence. What is that?
Area of convergence was determined on scene through measurements of the blood stains found relevant to this investigation. It's where a line is drawn through the long axis of each blood stain And where those lines intersect in a two-dimensional plane is what's called the area of convergence.
Did you determine the area of convergence in this case?
I did not.
Who did?
Lieutenant Colonel Davidson.
Is the area depicted on the map conveyed at the area B where it says area of convergence? Is that documented where that area was determined to be?
Yes, approximately.
Okay. And up here on G, on the, I guess, top middle, what is that supposedly supposed to depict?
That was two wooden stairs that left the garage floor and entered a entry door into a mudroom of the home.
You can have a seat, Sergeant Pearson. Did you map any other part of the garage, or I'm sorry, not the garage, the residence?
I did not.
On States 8, picture 2, Sergeant Pearson, if you can just take a look behind you. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
What is it?
That is the northernmost garage bay of 69 Wells Lane.
And I also see an A, B, C. What are those markings?
Those correspond with the evidentiary zones that we just saw in the map in that left or northernmost bay.
Did you conduct this, by the way, did you put the yellow marking tape down?
I did not.
Okay, who did?
Lieutenant Colonel Davidson.
Was that done before any seizing of exhibits or documentation of any exhibits that were found in the garage?
On the 27th, yes.
And I'm going to draw your attention to right behind you again. Sergeant Pearson, do you recognize what's depicted on the screen? This is States 8, picture 3.
Yes.
What is it?
This is a
Janet
blowout
coming in hot.
Evidentiary zone A.
Gifted a membership to Shannon. Thank you so much,
Would you mind?
Janet. You rock, Janet.
We're gonna be buddies. We're gonna be pals. We're gonna.
Morning, Fofa. Morning, Charles.
I guess right middle, there are these dots with a letter and number, A18, A17, A16. What are those supposed to represent?
So items that are listed not as an exhibit. So for example, 18, 17, and 16, as well as 15, 14, 13, and 12. Those are items that were used for the life pattern analysis. Not necessarily exhibits unless it states next to it.
So with respect to A18, and then there's a parentheses, exhibit number 41, parentheses, close parentheses, what does that mean?
That is a piece of evidence, so seized as exhibit 41, but also utilized in the bloodstain pattern analysis.
So with respect to any documentation on your map that has a letter and number, it is only the ones, and please correct me if I'm wrong here, that have the exhibit next to it that were seized as exhibits in this case?
Yes.
And the others were used for reconstruction?
Analysis, yes. And the A corresponds to the evidentiary zone.
Okay. I may see, I'm going to do States 3, photograph 4. Do you recognize what's depicted on that photograph?
Yes.
What is depicted in that photograph?
This is evidentiary zone A.
Okay. Now, when something is seized as an exhibit, is it as you delineated on your map? Or is there a corresponding, I guess, a sticky or marker tag or placard that is used on that to document it on the scene?
Yes, so typically if it is an item of evidentiary value, it is either noted by a yellow evidence placard, it could be a sticky scale which has the exhibit number on it, it could be an arrow, something that could later be photographed and then backed in to the scene.
States 8, picture 5. Sergeant Pearson, can you please explain what's depicted on States 8, picture 5?
This is evidentiary zone B, also in the northernmost bay of 69 Wells Lane.
And on the left-hand side, there are those numbers, B11, B10, and B9. Is that
Morning,
similar
Sherry.
to what you just testified for in A?
It is. So again, items used for analysis within the B evidentiary zone are assigned B and a numeric. If it was seized as evidence, we included the exhibit number.
Now, there are exhibit numbers here, if you can, that have a box or square, I should say, as opposed to a circle, and no letter enumeration. It just says exhibit 43. Do you see where I'm pointing out?
Yes.
Can you explain that for me?
This is an item that was seized from evidentiary zone B, however, not utilized for blood stain pattern analysis.
Okay. And does your map on B also show the area of convergence designated by Mark Davidson?
Yes, on the right-hand side of the map.
States 8, picture 6. What does this depict?
This would be evidentiary zone B with exhibit 42.
And picture 7.
Evidentiary zone B with exhibits 42, 43, and various sticky scales that I referred to earlier.
And you pointed to the bottom right as an example. Is that an example of what you were saying designated as a exhibit or a marking?
Madeline, good morning. Good to see you.
Reconstruction? Here.
These may have been, I can't quite see.
I can scroll up.
Yes, so that's an exhibit. It looks like, I can't tell.
It's a little blurry because
yeah,
it's
58 or
zoomed
38,
in. But if I can refer you back to your garage B map, would the stickies that you're pointing to, would they correspond with you're pointing to B3, B4, B5?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna show you States 8, picture 8. Briefly, if you can explain, please, what's depicted in that photograph?
Yeah, this is evidentiary zone C with items for analysis and exhibits of 69 Wells Lane.
The 9 on the bottom, down here, I am putting my cursor over it. Do you see that?
Yes.
Can you explain what that is?
That is a 9-foot wide garage door, overhead garage door, traditional garage door.
And the 3 on the left-hand side?
That is a 3-foot window.
And States 8, picture 9.
Chlorophyll?
Yes.
What
More
is
like borophyll.
This is the northernmost garage bay, evidentiary zones A, B, and C.
And the zone marked with C, is that corresponding with your map?
Yes.
I'm going to show you States 8, picture 10. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
What is it?
Evidentiary zones D, E, and F in the southernmost garage bay.
Did you map those sides as well?
I did.
Okay, States 8, picture 10.
Mandy. Joe, what's up, Mandy?
Do you recognize what's depicted on the screen?
Yes.
What is it, please?
Evidentiary zone D with the relevant exhibits seized.
States 8, picture 11. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
What is it?
Evidentiary zone D.
Now, on picture 11, States 8, actually going to zoom in a little bit. There are these, I guess, white, backwards L-shaped things. If you can just explain what those are.
That is a scale typically used in photography to photo evidence and how to standardize scale in the photo.
States 8, picture 12. Do you recognize this photograph, please?
Yes.
What is it?
Evidentiary zone E.
And states 8, picture 13. Could you please explain what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes, it's a photo of evidentiary zone E.
States 8, picture 14. Same question, Sergeant, if you can.
Evidentiary zone F.
Now, did you, in the course of creating these maps, document every single thing that was seen in the photographs, the preceding photographs that I showed you?
No, I documented and measured in items of evidentiary value or items utilized for blood stain pattern analysis.
With respect to some of the markings that are, well, strike that if I can, states 8, picture 15. Do you recognize what's depicted here?
Evidentiary zone F.
Now, with respect to items that are seen in this photograph, is every single thing that has either a white L-shaped ruler or other marking contained in your map, states 8, picture 14. I'm going to put that up again. If you put the two side by side, it may take me a while and I might break my computer if I attempt to do that. But is everything contained in that photograph contained in your map?
No.
Okay. Why is that?
The items, if we refer back to the photo, there's items nearest the trash can that have the large L scales. We just discussed those appear to be transfer type stains, but not seized as evidence or utilized in blood stain pattern analysis.
So with respect to some of those transfer type stains or markings in the garage, did you document those in your sketch map?
No.
Were those documented otherwise?
In photography, yes.
States 16, I'm sorry, it states 8, picture 16. Show you picture 16. Do you recognize what's depicted on the screen?
Yes, this is evidentiary zone G.
With respect to exhibit 67, is that related to an actual exhibit?
It is not. Originally, an item was designated as exhibit 67 and subsequently photographed and mapped in. And it was later learned that it had been relocated and not seized as an exhibit. Therefore, I submitted an additional addendum map to correct that.
With respect to exhibit 67, do you know where exhibit 67, was there actually something that was delineated 67? Should say that.
On this map?
No.
Yes, so 67 was seized from the northern garage door, the interior side of the garage door.
And states 8, picture 17. What does this depict?
This is the vehicle that was located in evidentiary zone G with, it looks like several exhibits on the side as well as exhibit 44.
And when you conducted your analysis with respect to creating the map, the vehicle was in place?
Yes.
Okay, you can have a seat, Sergeant. Thank you.
Guys, I can give out 5 memberships, so if you want to receive a membership, make sure click on the link I'm about to post and click on allow gifts. I'm about to give them out.
69 wells are in the garage. Did you have anything to do with the evidence collection process? With respect to the Land Rover or Range Rover, actually, that you see on the screen behind you, did you have anything that day or anything to do with the evidence collection process with the Range Rover?
No.
Okay. With respect to a Chevy Suburban, Are you aware there's a Chevy Suburban related to this case?
Yes.
Were you involved in the processing of that item?
Yes.
What day were you involved in that?
We traveled to New Canaan Police Department that following day, so the 28th.
And what was your assignment with respect to the Chevy Suburban?
I took the inventory of the Suburban.
By inventory, what do you mean?
We document the vehicle as found by Western District Major Crime.
All right, here we go.
We inventory the items seized as well as the condition of the vehicle and some like mileage, damage, things like that.
Would that also include any blood spatter or anything that is, I guess, evidence processing? I don't know if that's the correct way to say it, but would it include it? If you can understand the question.
So that day we did process the vehicle fully, but the inventory does not contain evidence in that report.
What is the purpose of doing an inventory report?
We want to document everything that was found in the vehicle so far as like personal belongings, or I mentioned damage, mileage, things like that.
In the course of conducting the inventory search of the 2017 Chevy Suburban, did you determine if there were any WeatherTech liners in the vehicle?
Yes.
What do you mean by WeatherTech liners, or what are we talking about? So we're on the same page for what a WeatherTech liner is.
Yes, it's a custom formed, but it's a hard rubber mat that protects the vehicle floorboards, interior vehicle floorboards.
And were those custom mats inside the vehicle?
Yes.
Where?
The front left and front right had individual ones, and then there was a very large mat that spread from the second row passenger to the third row rear passenger. One large mat.
Was there a
Shannon
WeatherTech
L
liner
gifted
in
out a
the trunk of that
membership
vehicle?
to
No.
Brooke Ward. Thank you so much, Shannon.
Nothing further, thank you.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So it's just weird. With no opening statements, you don't know what the defense is trying to get at. What's their strategy here? Gonna kind of just got to figure it out, I guess.
Good morning, Sergeant Pearson.
Morning.
I think we've spoken before.
Yes.
I just have a few questions about what you did at the residence in New Canaan. When you placed, there are a couple of pictures I just want to ask you about, and if I would ask that if we could put up just for a minute Exhibit 10A, and if you just look back there for a second.
We don't have a 10.
It's numbered, it's the Exhibit 8, but it's, 10. This is 10A from Exhibit 8 that you were just showing a little bit. And I'm just going to ask you if you would please explain. There is the yellow tape that's placed on the measuring tape. Is that in inches or in centimeters?
I believe it's just inches. I don't recall if the other side has metric measurements. I'd have to look at it closely.
Right, and you're aware of the fact that if it's metric, there are approximately 2.54 centimeters to 1 inch, correct?
Yes.
Okay, you'll take my word for it.
I will.
All right. Can I zoom in a little bit, please, on the yellow tape measure, please? Zoom it in. And of course, it's a little bit blurry, but you can't tell from here whether it's inches or centimeters, is that right?
It appears to just be inches.
Okay. And then there's the little, if we could zoom out again, please. Now, you also make reference to some of these white tapes. And again, I'm just going to, I'm referring to, we're talking about these little white items such as what's on the blown up image now. Now, we can't read this in the blow up, can we?
I cannot.
So let me go to, let's go to Exhibit 11 and see if we can see it any better, please. And for the record, this is garage D. This is the section of the garage that you called, I think, D, correct?
Yes.
The portion, all right. And if we can look at, there are a bunch of these little white tapes down there. If we could just slightly zoom in on the white L-shaped portion. Let's do the larger one there. Now, there are little numbers that do appear on this photograph, isn't that correct?
Yes.
Can you tell whether those are in inches or in centimeters or millimeters for that matter?
I'm familiar with the largest of the two scales, and that is metric. The smaller may have, it looks like it's all metric.
Okay. And do you recall whether the numbers are, the number you see marked centimeters or millimeters? I'm assuming centimeters, but I'm going to ask you.
Yes, centimeters. The smallers would be millimeters.
All right. Now, if you look at the bottom right of this blow up there, where you see the yellow tape down at the bottom there, and again, I'm just going to, for the record, these appear to be centimeters as well, do they not?
I believe they're inches.
Okay, fair enough. But if you compare the yellow to the white, you'll see that the measurements in yellow are, of course, where each number is larger than the number of spaces with the lines up on the white part. Is that correct?
Yes.
So just for the benefit of me, so if we're looking at the red mark that I'm now circling here, that's between the L shape of the white centimeter markings. Could you just describe, based on those measurements, the approximate size, and again, I'm not going to ask you to get up there and measure it, but how approximately sized do you see this red mark there? Approximately how long that is and how wide it is?
I'm merely guessing, but a couple inches, possibly.
Okay. All right. And if you would now please go to number 17 on Exhibit 8, please. And you indicated that you marked the something on the ground there under the tire, that you placed that yellow marker on that in that photograph, correct?
No, I did not.
Can you just tell us who placed the markers?
I would guess the evidence officer did that.
Right. So when you say you guess, you weren't there when that was done. Right?
I did not see that, no.
Right. So you didn't have a say in which places markers would be placed,
No.
correct? So you come in there, on this occasion at least, at the garage to document what someone has already done with regard to the yellow placards.
Yes.
What about the white? We have a couple of those same white markers on the side of the Range Rover, correct?
Yes.
Did you place those?
I did not.
So as I understand it, what about the yellow measuring tape in inches that's marking off the quadrants?
I did not place those.
All right. So someone else, do you know who did that, by the way?
The yellow tapes would have likely been Lieutenant Colonel Davison. The evidentiary items with the white scales or yellow placards, likely the evidence officer,
Okay.
Detective Riley.
But again, you weren't there for that, so you don't know.
I was there. I didn't do it, though.
But you don't recall seeing who did it. It's 4.5 years ago.
No, I do not recall.
All right. But did anyone direct you on what to take pictures of on that occasion?
I didn't take any photographs.
No, I'm including the ones we're looking at right now. You took that one, didn't you?
I did not. I didn't take any photographs at 69 Wells. I simply mapped the garage.
I misunderstood. You only did the measurements.
Correct.
And you used the measurements for your map design, which we saw, correct?
Yes.
So, and so I'm clear, of all the photographs that you were shown and you were asked to describe, you took none of those.
I did not.
The measurement maps that we have, you documented what was already in photographs that someone else did. Is that right?
Yes.
And then you added it to your various maps that we saw, right?
I did not. The state did. It's not in my report. I simply included the maps and my narrative in my report.
So when you say the state did, I'm not sure I understand. What do you mean by that?
I think it was prepared for court that way.
Oh, but did you not prepare the actual PDF maps that we just saw?
Yes, just not the photographs.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
You didn't have photographs interconnected with those, with your maps?
Correct.
You just did maps?
Yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Is there a redirect?
No, sir, thank you.
Sergeant, you may step down.
Thank you.
Your Honor, if I may have a brief 5-minute break just to set up the computer with respect to Detective Riley. He is my only other witness for today, but there is some documentation the state wishes to show him.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is just a matter of setting up for the next witness. We would ask that you return to the deliberation room. Please do not discuss the case.
All right, folks, you heard it. One witness, a detective for the rest of the day. Sounds like we're going to start getting into some real stuff here. Defense is giving Harpootlian. I tend to agree. I mean, me watching as a non-attorney layperson, like, what was the point of that?
The
like,
court's order is that there
let me shut up.
no photos taken for which we can hear a click.
Uh-oh.
That is not permitted.
Get that person out of there.
So if you can muffle the click, that would be in compliance with the order.
Turn off the click, you son of a
We
bee.
have to take up the argument on the motion to preclude presumptive blood testing at this point.
Yes, Your Honor. If I just have a moment to...
So I don't know. To me, that last cross, like, what was the point? Is this in centimeters or inches? I mean, is that going to come in the final argument? There's stains that look like blood, and she just made a map of where they were. Like, what was the point of that cross? To me, I don't get it. So anyway. There's the bow tie for whoever asked to see the bow tie.
It's my understanding that through this witness, the state is going to try to introduce at least
Sleuthy,
three, perhaps
what's up,
4, because I
Sleuthy?
went through this last night, photographs of the glow of either luminol or Kastle-Meyer, which is shortened in some documents to KM, which is the reagent test, the presumptive test for blood. I had cited in my motion State versus Moody. I also cited the New Jersey appellate court
Katrina.
case of State versus Pittman and the Arkansas case of Young versus State, which were subsequent to Moody, that all stand for the proposition that the presumptive test for blood, whether they use luminol or they use the Kastle-Meyer product, is some kind of an aerosol spray that reacts to different substances. One of the substances is blood. There's other fluids that do, but also certain kinds of cleansers do, certain rust products do. There may be I saw one article that listed 30 things that react to it. Now, I'm not sure, other than what the state mentioned yesterday, the idea that it should come in just so that the state can explain why certain pictures were taken. We're about to see, I didn't count them all, but about 40 photographs that cover all of these same areas. We've already seen pictures of drops of blood, alleged blood, or blood-like stains from both the Suburban and from the garage. We also had the video that showed and there were zoom-ins of the same thing, as well as the body camera showing something that was a blood-like stain. Now, State versus Moody addresses two issues, And the case that was mentioned yesterday, the Grant case, and there are a couple of other appellate court cases, there were two issues in Moody, and I want to make this clear because the state has kind of conflated the two issues. The first issue in Moody was whether or not a lay witness or anyone else, a police officer, could imply that something looked like blood, and whether a lay opinion was appropriate in the absence of confirmatory testing. Both in Moody, there's another case called Whipple, State versus Whipple, where they discussed that, and then in Grant, they explained the difference between the findings in Moody and Whipple, and in the Grant case, where it wasn't about luminol, it wasn't about this presumptive blood testing, it was instead about whether a lay witness can say, it looked like there was a pool of blood, the person was bloody, etc., and that was the issue in those later cases. I think I emphasized yesterday, I don't want to have to re-quote it, but the Supreme Court specifically, the Supreme Court of Connecticut has specifically said that there is absolutely no probative value whatsoever in the presumptive testing. And therefore, the fact that they took some additional photographs, which we're going to have every inch of these vehicles being photographed anyway, because there's a presumptive.
My mom and dad gifted out a membership to Sally. Thank you, Mom and Dad.
Presumptive test that glowed is going to confuse the jury. And I'm going to explain, it's not just going to be about here. Later on, when they do the presumptive test of the glow, the luminol in the Tacoma, it wasn't blood at all. It's not human. It's not organic. So it's the only possible reaction of this jury is they're going to be thinking that somehow, the fact that this it glowed in the blue light, there must be more blood there. There's as the court is well aware, there is not very much blood at all on either scene, either on the Suburban, which now the court has seen, or in the garage. So the danger here is the prejudice is the jury's going to think, oh, well, there's more because this spray makes it look like there was even more that we're not picking up. But in both cases, as far as I know, when they tested it, it was when it went to the lab, it was not blood. But when we get back to the issue at hand, since it has no probative value under Moody, and the issue has to do with whether or not it's going to either be confusing or in some way prejudicial. If they're going to try and introduce it, then I insist that we have a Porter hearing, because if the court, I thought it's already been decided that it has no value, and a lab person down the road may testify to that, but in light of your ruling from yesterday, if the state doesn't ask a subject matter, I don't get to cross-examine about it, and then only if I decide to put on a case in the defense case would it even come out. And so, in following the court's rulings and the way the court wishes to proceed, we're talking about 3 or 4 pictures today through Detective Riley, or I don't know if he's now a sergeant, but he was a detective at the time, and asking in the question why he took certain pictures, which I submit is irrelevant since they took pictures of everything and documented everything. So in light of the decision in Moody and in the case of State versus Whipple, where there's such a strong view by the Connecticut Supreme Court that has no probative value, and they use the word whatsoever, that it will only lead to prejudice. And I submit that the argument that, well, they can distinguish Moody, not on this issue. There is not a single case that I could find anywhere that said that it had probative value at all. That is, we're talking about this reagent spray test, had any probative value whatsoever, but there's a lot of not only danger or prejudice, but confusion. What's the jury going to think? What's the court going to instruct the jury? That it has no value and we're only putting it in because that's where the officer wanted to take pictures? There's like 40 pictures we're about to see from Detective Riley. The whole car, the 3 pictures where they use the blue light to do that, or the black light rather, and it looks blue in the photographs. There's no explanation for it. There's no legitimate basis for it. So on those bases, I ask the court to preclude, again, we're talking about 3 or maybe 4 pictures out of 40 which are going in. I could also argue cumulative, but we don't even get to that in light of the fact that there's just such danger with this particular misunderstanding and misapprehension for what's essentially junk science. There are a lot of things they could, I'll give you one last example and I'll sit down. There could be a situation where a police officer conducts a polygraph test and said, yes, polygraphs are not admissible, but based on what was said, I then went and did X. But of course, the Supreme Court has said you can't bring in polygraph for any reason because it's not reliable and has no probative value. So to use that as the reason for conduct by a police officer in this case would certainly be more prejudicial than probative. And it's also not necessary for the state's case to prove their case. I just have 1 minute. I've also been reminded that in Moody, the court talked about how that particular piece of evidence had an impact on the jury. And that's why the Supreme Court was so adamant that it's not admissible because it has no validity in either science or in the law. Thank you.
So first, Attorney Schoenhorn, the court wants to understand what the nature of the testimony may be from this next witness. So this next witness took photographs, is that correct?
No. No, that is not correct, Your Honor. If I may interject. The next witness didn't take any photographs. The next witness is the evidence officer who determined which items in the garage to seize as exhibits and or document as evidence. He authored an evidence report or exhibit report, which indicates every item that is documented on Sergeant Pearson's map. He is the individual who made that decision in connection with with Lieutenant Colonel Davidson to examine those items. He also, if you look at the exhibit report, did KM testing on around 30 of those exhibits, Your Honor. Some of which, about 4 of them, came back negative. He documented that as well. There are about 3 or 4 photographs the state intends to introduce as well with respect to the luminol that was done on the car that counsel is referring to. But it's not by itself what this detective is testifying to. He's testifying to the content of the photographs, not taking them. So just to be very clear on that.
Well, what is his testimony expected to be?
His testimony is going to walk through the garage, identify the items that were seized as exhibits in 69 Wells itself, in the house.
So let the court interject here. His testimony is going to be what items were seized that were of evidentiary value, correct?
And what he did when he processed the scene, yes.
Let's just talk about what he decided to seize.
Yes, Your Honor.
So his testimony is going to be he decided to seize what?
With respect
to this
the presumptive test. Yes, Your Honor. He worked in connection with Lieutenant Colonel Davidson with respect to the blood pattern analysis that was done. He seized various swabbings of various blood spatter that was found, including some of the exhibits. He tested them for using the KM test. He then swabbed them, the process of swabbing them and logging them as exhibits in this case.
So again, the court has to ask this question. What he did was swab those areas of that vehicle or garage floor, correct?
He swabbed those areas and he performed the KM test. And then they were subsequently sent to the lab. He is part of that chain in command. That is the nature of the testimony presented, Your Honor, with respect to the presumptive test.
So he is going to be asked, the court assumes, that he did not take the photographs, correct? Because Attorney Pearson did not take the photographs.
She did not, and the state did not offer them as a photographer. I offered them as a representation of what the map was. And
well, the only way, counsel, that the jury knows what was or what the garage floor looked like was through photographs.
Yes.
The only way that your next witness can testify about what he swabbed is because we saw the photographs.
Those, and there are more photographs that the state intends to introduce. He will testify to each one if necessary. If counsel is objecting to those photographs coming in, then I will lay a foundation for each and every one, utilizing the screen and asking him if that is a fair and accurate representation of what he observed that day and what he sees as evidence. I have no problem doing that, Your Honor. I did not do that, by the way, with Sergeant Pearson, just for the court, because counsel did not have any objection to the photographs coming in to save time, but I will if that is what is needed.
Well, the testimony is going to have to reach the point where he says he swabbed this area because.
Yes.
And that's where this issue arises, correct?
If I may just clarify and actually bounce off what counsel said, what we discussed yesterday, and I believe the court order ruled an issue on, is the fact that the police officer can testify, or even lay witness can testify, that something appears to be blood-like. That would be the start of the testimony. Then I believe Detective Riley will testify as to, once he determined that it was blood-like, what his next steps were, either to swab it or test it for utilizing the KM test. So it's a link in the chain after. So just to keep those two issues separate.
Well, just to phrase it colloquially, he's going to testify, it looked like blood to me.
Yes.
Next, he's going to indicate that it was swabbed because it looked like blood to him.
Yes.
And also he performed a presumptive test, correct?
Yes, but just to qualify that, Your Honor, I don't believe that the only reason it was further swabbed and further steps were taken was simply because of the look of the item. It was the entire concept or the facts of the case, including the fact that we have Jennifer Dulos is a missing mother of 5 who dropped her kids off from school and never returned home, including the fact that it all happened in her home. The blood was positioned in one location and made it more likely that it was blood. There were numerous factors going into his decision. So it is a little more nuanced than that.
Well, counsel has indicated that there are a number of grounds on which he believes that a lay witness should not testify concerning the presumptive test. Now, what counsel laid out, and the court is just indicating what it understands from the argument. First, it may confuse the jury. Second is that it was prejudicial. Well, the issue is not whether it's prejudicial, it's whether it's unfairly prejudicial. So what the court is going to do is review State versus Moody and any related cases. And we have to take a recess for that.
And if I may, Your Honor, I would ask the court to review State v. Grant, which is 286 Con 499.
286 Con 499.
Yes, sir. It's a 2008 case, as well as State v. Downing.
State v. Downing?
Downing, D-O-W-N-I-N-G, 68 Con App 388, 2002.
The citation again, please.
68 Con App 388, 2002 case. And of course, the state would always refer, yesterday I referred to State v. Schaefer, which is that 1975, 168 Con 309. So I would ask the court to review those, and then after, at some point, the state would like to be heard on the motion, on the legal analysis side of it. I would just ask the court for that time when the court is ready.
One other matter that we don't have to talk about this second, but what I just heard Attorney Manning say is that they're also going to suggest that the reason certain pictures were taken because of all this hearsay that he heard. So they're going to do a narrative about what they think their theory is, which again is not necessary. This is the evidence technician who gathered evidence. I was also under the impression, based on what was said, that they took photographs at the same time. But if they didn't, I'm not going to object to the other photographs coming in through this witness. They obviously, whoever took them, and there are multiple detectives who took photographs at various points, I'm not going to require the author of those photographs, because any witness can say, is this fair and accurately represent what it looked like when you're in there? So I'm indicating that for the record. However, asking to explain why he took certain photographs so we can get into multiple narratives about the hearsay about the case, when all he needs to say is, I went in there, I had information, and I took photographs. What he heard about the case is not relevant to his actions. And it would also involve the confrontation, my right to confront and cross-examine about whatever he was told, whether it was accurate or an inaccurate, where this witness won't be able to say. And I just think it'll take us on a little detour, unnecessary detour through allegations that were being made in the media and from other individuals. So I just note that may be part of what's going to be heard. I just don't know.
Can I just clarify again? This witness did not take the photographs. Counsel keeps reiterating about why photographs were taken. It's not the state's intention to offer testimony that Detective Riley ordered those photographs taken because the photographer meant to take that specific photograph. It's the actual exhibit C's.
Fair enough. I will amend my remarks. The fact that he took certain swabs does not depend upon the nature of the investigation in terms of what he had heard about what had happened in the days before he got there. He was assigned to take certain, it looks the way it looked, he took certain swabs, and then it went to the lab. I have no objection to any of that. It's this prejudicial notion that we have to get into either hearsay or worse, junk science as a basis, which the Supreme Court has said easily confuses the jury, especially since we won't be hearing from the lab until at least a week from now, as far as I know.
If I can, Your Honor, just clarify a few things here. And again, I would like to be heard on the law. So if at some point I would, so before we get back into cases, but just to make sure that the record is very clear that the detective with his training experience is going to testify, and this is the offer of proof, about why he took a swab. It's not just because of the color. Otherwise, we'd be taking ketchup stains everywhere. It is because of his training and experience and his interpretation as the evidence officer. He has a right to that testimony. With respect to the law, I will reserve my argument for when Your Honor deems fit.
Thank you. Well, it is clear that the evidence officer was summoned to 69 Wells Lane because there was a missing persons report. So one could claim, well, that's hearsay.
I'm not objecting to that, Your Honor. Just
thank you. This is going to take some time for the court to review these cases. So, of course, the court would allow the jury to go into a recess at this point anyway. But we're probably not going to come back until 12:15. We'll stand in the recess until 12:15.
All rise. This honor was to the court now stands in recess until 12:15.
Ooh, someone got in trouble for not standing up. So what? They're going to take recess to 12:15. Then he's going to have to continue the argument and then go to lunch at 1. What happened? Remember yesterday when this was all punctual and nice and like on time, and now it's gone to hell, day 2. I think he was wearing socks. They were just light colored, Afy. It was jinxed. I jinxed it. I said too much. It's not even their lunch. It's like a small break, and then they have the lunch break. The hell, man. Yeah, brunch break. Shouldn't these motions have been taken care of already? Why is it just coming up now? Shouldn't these have been pre-trial motions that were already decided? Bottomless mimosas. Who wants one? It was only filed yesterday. Shouldn't this jabroni should have filed it way earlier? Rochelle asks, is it normal for there to be no opening statements? No, it is not normal. It's pretty strange. It's a Connecticut deal. And it's weird. He said 12:15. It's almost an hour-long break. The hell? Gambies likes the no opening statements. I've seen other people say that. Gamby says, I kind of like the no opening statement. Doesn't sway me one way or the other without evidence. This is outrageous, Doris. That's a good... I assume they have to have closing statements, right? I mean, I guess not. I always thought they had to have opening statements. Dizzy says yes to closings. I don't know, guys. What should we do for the next 45 minutes? Good point by Steve. Not as really as weird for us when we know most of the stuff, but the jurors, it seems like they'd be lost out of the gate. I agree. Prudence is barking at something. I don't know what. Donnie says, let's talk about gravel. And what Donnie is referring to, someone named Gavel or something to that effect, commented on the stream, the live stream of this case, and said, what is this? I thought you cover true crime. To which I responded, this is a trial for conspiracy to commit murder. This is true crime. And Donnie got in there too. Talk about Wendy. play a Wendy montage. The only thing I can't, if you want to believe this, I wouldn't be able to play a Wendy montage because I have to pay for the songs that are underneath. You know, some of them I have to pay for, and I didn't realize this. They're only one per video, so it's not like I can use them on all my videos. Only the ones that I assign them to. So if you believe this, if I play one of my own videos right now, I would get a copyright claim because I can only use the song for each particular video, if that makes sense. I mean, I know what I can do. If you want. What is going on with Prudence? What I can do, let me see if I can do this. I can pull up some of the documents from this case. What is going on?
Penny brought in a bone, and Prudence wants it. And so she's doing her thing.
Penny brought in a bone, and what she does is she doesn't let Prudence have it, and then Prudence gets really mad. All right, hold on a second. Let me see if I can pull up some documents here. Well, first of all, I could pull up for the folks who haven't seen the timeline, I could pull that up here. Squidoosh. And let me make it so it's not underneath the chat. So if you guys want to take a look at the timeline that Shannon made, which I have posted now to Patreon, Discord, and to Super Bows on YouTube. All have access to see this graphic if they want to see it. Just kind of the dates. You know what I can do, guys? You know what I can do? I could probably do? Let me see. I can probably play Photos', although my computer is a little glitchy, so I hope this doesn't mess up here. Look at the title to this. Photos Dulos speaks outside court. Lawyer zips his lips. What, did you see that? Who is this guy?
I want to say that I love my children. I miss them.
Broken family court system.
Watch this jabroni, this attorney.
Any comments regarding today's
I just want to say that I love my children. I miss them.
broken family court system.
And I think about them all the time. That's all.
Dad lives matter.
Wow, that guy's a character. He just said Dad Lives Matter.
Strange husband of missing Connecticut mother Jennifer Dulos was back on the stand of a civil trial. Photos Dulos is being sued by his wife's family. They say that he was in loans from his wife's business. Dulos says his father-in-law told him the money was a gift. The lawsuit was filed more than a year before Jennifer Dulos vanished in May. Now, there is a gag order in this case, but Photos Dulos had this to say outside of court late this afternoon.
All I want to say is that I wish Jennifer and her family happy holidays. And I just pray that they give my kids my love and my best wishes.
Dulos is charged with evidence tampering.
Oh, did I spell his name wrong? All right. Before I get further copyright claims, let me see. Hopefully, I don't get any copyright claims. Here is the arrest warrant. Thanks again, Dizzy, for getting this. This is Michelle Troconis' arrest warrant. Conspiracy, count 1, conspiracy to commit murder on or about 5/24/19. Bail set at $2 million to be posted only after the arraignment. Oh, all right. Friday, May 24th, 2019 at 6:59 p.m., the New Canaan Police Department received the initial report of a missing person identified as Jennifer Farber Dulos of 69 Wells Lane, New Canaan, Connecticut. NCPD officers responded to the 69 Wells residence, where they located suspected blood evidence on a Range Rover parked in the center garage bay. Jennifer was not located inside the residence. NCPD Investigation Division Officer Thomas Patton responded to the scene and located additional evidence indicative of a crime scene. NCPD contacted the Connecticut State Police assistants and detectives from the Troop G office, and the crime van responded to the scene. The resident at 69 Wells Lane included a 3-bay garage, of which contained a 2014 Range Rover. While searching and processing the garage, members of the crime van identified multiple areas within the garage which presumptively tested positive for blood. Investigators observed spatter stains on the driver's side of the Range Rover and on the garage floor north of the Range Rover. Spatter stains or blood stains resulting from airborne blood drops. Detectives also noted indications that the scene had been altered by an attempt to clean it. Detectives determined a 2017 Suburban was missing. This vehicle was found at approximately 7 p.m. on Latham Road, adjacent to the southwest portion of Waveney Park in New Canaan. The vehicle was unoccupied, its running lights were on, and its transmission was left in reverse. Jennifer was not found inside the vehicle or the surrounding area. Investigators found stain spatter on the passenger side of the vehicle. Evidence recovered from the crime scene was submitted to a Department of Emergency Services, Division of Scientific Services Forensic Laboratory for analysis. DNA, blood-like stain, Land Rover hood matched to Jennifer. Blood-like stain, Rover bumper matched to Jennifer. Blood-like stain from kitchen sink faucet, mixture of Jennifer and Fotis DNA. Blood-like stain cabinet door, positive for blood of Jennifer Dulos. Garage door matched to Jennifer. East garage wall matched to Jennifer. Fotis was the estranged husband of Jennifer. Owned and operated a construction company named the Four Group out of an office in his residence. Dulos and the victim were married in 2006, and together they have 5 children. Michelle was the girlfriend of Dulos, who resided with him on Jefferson Crossing. Powell, I'm not even going to try to. Powell was a full-time employee of the Four Group, and he worked closely with Dulos daily as a project manager for Four Group. Regularly operated a Toyota Tacoma. Kent is practicing attorney and personal friend of Dulos. Andreas is a childhood friend of Dulos who lives in Greece. Detectives checked the collect system to locate vehicles registered to the Four Group, the company owned and operated by Fotis Dulos, and other vehicles associated with his employees. The results of these searches included the following vehicles: 2015 Chevrolet Suburban, 2014 Jeep Cherokee, 2014 Ford F-150, 2001 Toyota Tacoma. On 5/25/19 at approximately 2:47, Dulos entered the lobby of the New Canaan Police Department and was met by Officer Patton and CSP Detective Christopher Allegro nearly 3 hours after his initial expected arrival. When asked about his attorney, Dulos indicated the lawyer, Jacob Pietranker, was outside talking on his phone. Dulos asked investigators if there was any news of his wife's disappearance and was told detectives were seeking his help in finding her. Officer Patton told Dulos he would be entering a secure area of the facility and asked if he had any weapons or contraband. As Dulos began pulling items from his clothing pockets, almost immediately he began patting his own pockets and muttering, "Where is my phone?" At approximately this time, his attorney entered the lobby and announced to the police that Dulos would be providing no interview and that he and Dulos would be leaving. Detectives were surprised to hear Dulos was not going to help in search for Jennifer, and they began to look for clarification from Dulos and Pietranker. As this discussion was taking place, Pietranker handed Dulos the cell phone he was carrying. Detective Allegro spoke up to Dulos. "Is that your phone?" And Dulos responded affirmatively. Detective Allegro asked to see the phone, and Dulos handed the phone with no apparent hesitation. Observing the phone was locked with the 4-digit passcode, Detective Allegro asked for the unlock code. Dulos provided the code as 0000. That's a good one. And Detective unlocked the phone. As he placed the phone into airplane mode, a setting which removes the cell from the network and preventing the data on the phone from being erased, Pietranker asked Detective Allegro what he was doing. Detective responded he was securing the cell phone and the data it contains because of his belief that the phone contained evidence related to the disappearance of Jennifer Dulos. He further indicated that a seizure and search warrant would be sought to authorize a search of the cell phones for such evidence. Dulos responded by saying nothing. Surveillance video documented the transaction and showed Dulos appearing agitated and confused. Tranker asserted that the police had no grounds to seize the cell phone because they had no warrant. Detectives acknowledged that a search warrant would be sought and that the cell phone would not be searched until a lawful warrant had been issued. The actions were restricted to the securing of the cell phone and the prevention of potential destruction of evidence. Tranker responded by saying he needed a moment with his client, and both men walked out of the lobby. Yeah, guys, I'm not sure. I hope this, kind of just we got a break until 12:15, so I figured maybe just going through this might give some background on what was going on. But this is about Dulos. I want to find more about Michelle. Or what do you guys think? Should I just go through the entire thing that I can go through? All right, let's see what we can get on Michelle. All right, so on 5/30/19, detectives contacted the Hartford Police Department and requested their assistance in determining Dulos' activities in the area of Albany Avenue. C4 located a male wearing a light-colored shirt, dark pants, and a ball cap. This individual was subsequently identified as Dulos. He was observed operating a large black-colored pickup truck, which was later identified as a 2004 F-150 SVT Raptor, registered to the Ford Group. A female passenger in the Ford Raptor was shown on surveillance and subsequently identified as Dulos' girlfriend, Michelle Troconis. C4 mapped out Dulos' moments as he deposited multiple black-colored plastic garbage bags into several trash receptacles during the evening of 5/24/19, which is, 5/24 is in the morning when Jennifer went missing. And guys, if you haven't seen the video, it's like crystal clear, these videos. A Ford Raptor turns right onto Albany Avenue, southbound Milford Street. As the vehicle passes through the camera's field of view, several plastic bags can be seen in the rear bed of the pickup. At this point, the truck travels through a portion of city streets not covered by surveillance camera for approximately 7 minutes. A Ford Raptor reemerges on... There's surveillance videos of them throwing out evidence, Amy. That video is crystal clear. Sure. Still looking for more Michelle stuff. Additional video, Dulos removed what appeared to be a large, rigid object from the rear of the Ford Raptor and leaned it up against a building. The object was consistent with the appearance of a WeatherTech brand rear cargo liner determined to be missing from Jennifer's 2017 Chevrolet Suburban. C4 video also showed an unidentified person removing what appeared to be a light-colored piece of material containing a large bud-like stain. This item appeared consistent with one of two small camping pillows, which Jennifer's nanny, Lauren Almeida, reported were missing from a garage storage shelves at 69 Wells Lane. Investigators subsequently identified and interviewed the homeless male who told investigators what he described as a bloody pillow, but he had not taken the item. Detectives checked trash receptacles shown on surveillance and recovered garbage bags consistent with the black garbage bags shown on C4 video. What appeared to be cut clothing and undergarments with a blood-like substance, plastic zip ties containing blood-like substance, other items and household goods. Example, kitchen sponge with blood-like stains and other household trash items. Numerous items recovered from the trash receptacles corresponding to dump locations on the video. The blood-like stain from the paper towel, DNA matched to Jennifer. Sponge, Jennifer. Mop, black garden glove matched to Fotis. Vineyard Vines shirt matched to Jennifer. All right, here we go. Plastic garbage bags taped together. DNA matched to both Jennifer and Michelle. So there's Michelle's DNA with a plastic garbage bag taped together, matches to both Jennifer and Michelle. Swabbing of bag opening and separate bag portion matched to Jennifer, Fotis, and Michelle. Based on the above facts and circumstances, detectives sought an arrest warrant for Dulos and Troconis. Initial interview with Michelle Troconis. As of the drafting of this affidavit, Dulos has provided absolutely no cooperation to law enforcement in their investigation into Jennifer's disappearance. Investigators have turned to Dulos' girlfriend Michelle for assistance. Starting on 5/24/19, NCPD personnel reached out several times to Troconis, leaving multiple phone messages. Troconis failed to respond to any of the messages. On 6/2/19, detectives conducted the first interview with Troconis at NCPD headquarters following her initial arrest on the above charges. Troconis' attorney, Andrew Bowman, was present in the room during all questioning. During this initial interview, Troconis offered her first version of the events on the date of Jennifer's disappearance, as well as the circumstances leading up to that day. Troconis' explanation of alibi scripts. On 6/3/19, the day after Troconis' first interview, crime detectives were executing a search warrant at 4 Jefferson Crossing when they located a set of handwritten notes. These documents came to be referred to investigators as the alibi script. The 2-page document included 2 distinct handwriting styles, which were later confirmed by Troconis to be her own handwriting and that of Dulos. The alibi script was an outline of the activities of Troconis and Dulos for the dates of 5/24/19 and 5/25/19, laid out in approximately hourly increments. The original handwritten alibi script was recovered from a trash bin in the 4-group office, and photocopies were in a briefcase. Jeez. The alibi script included a narrative which was nearly identical to the information provided by Troconis in her first interview, and it represented an account of 5/24/19 and 5/25/19, which Dulos and Troconis together had authored, and which narrative Troconis presented nearly verbatim in her first interview. In her second 2 interviews, Troconis' account of those dates diverged from the alibi script, particularly when confronted with evidence, much of which was unknown to investigators during the first interview. It is therefore important to describe the various sources of information developed thus far during the investigation. By the way, I feel like I'm the kid in class reading. I'm the kid that the teacher picked on to read for the class. I hope this is informative. As we have this break for another 20 minutes. Starting in her second interview, Troconis provided the following reasons for why she and Dulos had written out the alibi scripts. Troconis stated on either Saturday 5/25/19 or Sunday 5/27/19, she was present for a phone conversation between Dulos and his family attorney, Jacob Pietranker. I'm probably pronouncing that way wrong. In which Pietranker instructed Dulos to write out a precise timeline of his actions on Wednesday. I didn't get that. Wasn't talking. No, Siri, I wasn't talking to you. Okay. Hey, Siri. Will you spare me when the robots take over? Here's what I found. She just gave me a link for what happens, an article about what happens when the robots take over. Anyway, where was I? I found this on the web. When robots take over, what happens to us? All right, it's enough, Siri. Chillax. Where was I? Pietranker instructed Dulos to write out precise timeline of his actions on Wednesday, 5/22/19, the date of his last visitation with his children, which had occurred in part at Jennifer's home. Troconis reported the attorney had told Dulos to write down everything he had done during the visit to Jennifer's home. Pietranker specifically told Dulos to record whether or not he had entered Jennifer's home. Troconis remembered being surprised that Dulos had been to Jennifer's home that date because Dulos had told her the visitation occurred at Grace Farms in New Canaan. Troconis continues, Fotis goes, no, I did not go in the house. And he, Pietranker, said, make sure. Where did you guys eat? Dulos continued to say, no, I didn't go inside the house. Yes, I hugged the kids. We played. I don't know if a hair went in. It's just an iWatch model of my watch, an Apple Watch, an older version. Following the call, Troconis confronted Dulos. I'm like, Fotis, where were you on Wednesday? Because you told me you went to Grace Farms. Dulos admitted he had gone to Jennifer's house and added they had eaten outside. Troconis reported Dulos had told her Jacob was saying write down everything as you were by the time you write down everything as you were by the time you spent in Jennifer's house. Where did you eat? Did you put any plates inside the house? Do you remember going to the bathroom? Dulos repeated to Troconis that he had not entered Jennifer's home. Detectives pointed out that in recording their timelines, both she and Dulos had chosen to admit the trip to dump trash in Hartford, which Troconis replied, I know. When Troconis was told this looked bad, that she and Dulos had failed to record potentially incriminating information, Troconis replied, okay, I know. Troconis denied that Dulos had told her to leave certain items out of the script. She reported Dulos had told her to write out the highlights of her day's events. When asked if Dulos was dictating what story Troconis should tell police, she responded, well, obviously was for me to say it, but he was trying to be more accurate. But with a lie. With a lie, a lie. That's what I'm saying. He was trying to fill things that I don't remember with things that didn't. It wasn't true. Troconis submitted to 2 subsequent voluntary interviews with the presence of her attorney in which she presented vastly different accounts of the events of 5/24/19. Additionally, the later seizure and search warrant execution of Dulos and Troconis' cell phone provided another source of information. Detectives also secured various sources of residential and commercial surveillance footage. Therefore, those sources of information for Troconis included Interview 1, alibi scripts, Interview 2, Interview 3, Troconis cell phone data, Dulos cell phone data, residential surveillance. Troconis interview claims. In each of her interviews, Troconis offered claims which conflicted with her other interviews, and even sometimes portions of that same interview. When confronted with conflicts in the information she was providing, whether they be inconsistencies with other answers or contradictions to surveillance sources, Troconis would only provide more truthful information, sometimes modifying or changing her answer in the middle of it. During her 3 interviews, Troconis provided a variety of explanations when asked if Dulos was home at 4 Jefferson Crossing in Farmington when she awoke the morning of 5/24/19. Interview 1, Troconis statements included. On 5/24/19, both she and Dulos had woke up at their residence at 6:40 a.m. She told investigators that she and Dulos had showered and were intimate together before making breakfast for her daughter and drove to school. Note, this is inconsistent with the information from the forensic download of Dulos' cell phone, which indicated on 5/24/19 the alarm activated at 4:20 a.m. and was shut off at 4:21 a.m. So it seems like the shower sex was a lie. When pressed on whether Dulos was home that morning, Troconis admitted, so maybe he wasn't home the entire morning, but Troconis continued to still provide Dulos with an alibi for the morning from 6:40 a.m. until 8:15 a.m. She reported last seeing Dulos that morning at 8:15 a.m. in the 4-group office with Mawini. Troconis explained that she was out of the house from 9 to 11:30 a.m., which provides her with plausible deniability for that time period. When asked to clarify if Dulos was home on the morning of 5/24/19, Troconis did not answer the question. Instead, she immediately began telling investigators that she had been doing by saying, all morning I have doing, he was in the house, I have texts. Detectives continued to ask about Dulos' whereabouts, and Troconis ultimately acknowledged, so maybe he wasn't home. Interview 2. What time is it? Jeez, we got another 15 minutes. I got to read for another 15 minutes. Interview 2. From the beginning of the second interview, Troconis continued to lie about seeing Dulos on the morning of 5/24/19. Troconis was asked if Dulos is at the home when she woke up at 6:40 a.m. Troconis first reported he was there when we woke up. He was in the house. When Troconis told investigators he had evidence showing Dulos was not in the house, Troconis replied, okay. Troconis proceeded to cover her face with her hands, wipe her eyes, and then tried to change the subject. I, Brandy Sherpa. Troconis attorney Andrew Bowman tried to clarify with Troconis to see if she actually saw Dulos on the morning of 5/24/19. Troconis hedged her answer but acquiesced, and she did not see Dulos on that day until between 1 and 2 p.m. Dawn Bauer subscribed to the Shaming of Jay for 5 months on the Kick Machine. Thank you so much, Dawn. Troconis was asked if there was tension between Dulos and herself because of his divorce and the problems surrounding it. Her response was, we fight all the time. Detectives asked Troconis if the turmoil might be a motivating factor to get rid of Jennifer. Troconis reported that Dulos had expressed to her that he never thought Jennifer would do this to him and that he never saw this side of her. Troconis also conveyed Dulos had told her, sometimes I hope she disappears. Jeez. Interview number 3. In this interview, Troconis' statements included, investigators asked Troconis if she is ready to admit that she was not 100% truthful with investigators during her first 2 interviews. Troconis hesitated before answering yes. Investigators asked Troconis if Dulos was home when she shut off her alarm on 5/24/19 at 6:40 a.m. Troconis began shaking her head left to right as she responded no. Detectives confirmed he was not there. Troconis answered no. Investigators asked Troconis if she showered that morning with Dulos. Troconis responded, no, I didn't. Troconis ultimately admitted she had not seen Dulos in the bedroom, in the shower, or anywhere else in the house that morning until noon, when Dulos called her up called up to her for lunch. 4-group meeting and Dulos cell phone. Troconis told investigators in her first interview that there was a 4-group meeting on the morning of 5/24/19 in the office area of 4 Jefferson Crossing, which was attended by Dulos and Kent Mawhinney. Troconis' account was contradicted by her subsequent claims and by Mawhinney. Interview 1. During the initial interview, Troconis' claims included: Troconis reported that Dulos was in the 4-group office section of the residence conducting a business meeting with attorney Kent Mawhinney in the morning of 5/24/19 at approximately 8:15 a.m. She ultimately told 3 different versions of this meeting. Troconis first said she saw Mawhinney and Dulos both sitting at the table talking with one another. Later, Troconis admitted she had only heard Mawhinney and Dulos talking but never saw the two of them together, sitting at the table. And finally, Troconis reported she only heard Mawhinney talking but did not see or hear Dulos. Troconis stated she greeted Mawhinney in the 4-group office that morning. In an interview, Mawhinney admitted to investigators he was at the 4-group office that morning, but stated he never saw Troconis. Interview 2. In this interview, Troconis' statements included: Troconis was asked if Mawhinney was in the 4-group office on the morning of 5/24/19, to which she began nodding her head and saying, yes, that I did see. She stated Mawhinney had a meeting that morning with Dulos. She continued to maintain that Dulos was present. She continued to maintain that Dulos was present in the office at approximately 8:20 or 8:30 a.m. Troconis added that she had greeted Mawhinney by saying hi. When Troconis was asked if she knew the whereabouts of Dulos' cell phone that morning, she replied she thought Dulos had his cell phone. When asked if Dulos would normally carry his cell phone with him, Troconis responded yes and no, but a lot yes. Troconis answered that would be unusual for Dulos to be without his phone for even a few hours. Troconis left open the possibility that Dulos had left his cell phone behind accidentally. But when questioned, Troconis reported Dulos had not told her he forgot his cell phone on 5/24/19. Jeez, this is page 12 of 35. Interview 3. During her third interview, Troconis provided the following information. Troconis told detectives after returning from dropping off her daughter at school, she had gone into the 4-group office and seen Mawhinney at the far end of the glass table. Upon seeing Mawhinney, she said good morning to him, and he responded, hello, good morning. Troconis then noticed that Dulos' cell phone was sitting on the table, and she found it unusual that the cell phone was there at a time when Dulos was not present and his whereabouts were unknown to him. Under repeated questioning by detectives, Troconis was unwilling to say that Dulos was not at the residence. She would only say that she did not see Dulos during the morning. Am I saying something wrong over and over again? Under repeated questioning by detectives, Troconis was unwilling to say that Dulos was not at the residence. She would only say that she did not see Dulos during the morning, not in the bedroom, not in the kitchen, and not in the 4-group office. And that she did not know his whereabouts during the entire morning. Having seen his phone on the desk, Troconis reported she had assumed Dulos was at the residence. I thought Dulos was there because Kent was there, but I didn't see him. Troconis later added back, then I always thought Dulos was in the house, but thinking I never saw him. I never heard his voice, so obviously he wasn't or probably wasn't in the house. Incoming call from Andreas something. Dulos' phone records showed an incoming call to his cell phone on 5/24/19 at 8:24 a.m. This call was prearranged by Dulos the previous day with his friend Andreas, who lives in Greece. Interview 1, the incoming call was not mentioned by Troconis during the first interview. Interview 2, Troconis did not discuss the call from Greece during the interview. She continued to claim no knowledge that Dulos did not have his cell phone that day. Interview 3, in this interview, Troconis changed her entire story regarding the presence/absence of Dulos' cell phone that day by acknowledging Dulos' cell phone was sitting on the floor group as she and Kent stood in the office and that it received an incoming call on that date. The phone rang and it was a call while it said Andreas, and Kent stood up. According to Troconis, Mawini motioned for her to answer the cell phone. In answering a question from Attorney Bowman, Troconis replied, he said, like, there's a phone ringing. Are you going to do something with the phone or the call? And I picked up the phone. Troconis stated she knew Tortsaridis, a childhood friend of Dulos who lives in Greece, but that she was not sure if it was Tortsaridis calling. Troconis also indicated she heard static when she answered that she was not sure. Troconis also indicated she heard static when she answered the cell phone that it was difficult to hear. Troconis reported she then heard the Greek word for hello, and she responded hola, the Spanish word for hello. Troconis explained that the call was short and lasted only a few seconds before ending. Troconis stated, and I'm pretty sure it was Andreas' voice. Troconis indicated there was no follow-up phone call and that soon after the call, she left the office, leaving Dulos' cell phone sitting on the table. Troconis morning alibis. Troconis provided herself with several methods for investigators to rule out her presence at the crime scene on the morning of 5/24/19. Interview 1. Let me just make sure. Okay. She left Jefferson Crossing on 5/20. During her initial interview, Troconis made the following claims. She left Jefferson Crossing on 5/24/19 at approximately 9:10 a.m. and dropped off an item to a friend, thereby providing herself with an in-person alibi. Before traveling north to the Simsbury Stop and Shop, where she took photographs of herself and a store robot. Babe, what's the store robot's name? Marty. Our kids in Stop and Shop, there's a store robot called Marty. And our kids think that Marty's take is like a scheme to take over the world with the other robots. That's Marty. Sorry, one second. All right. All right, hold on one second, guys. I gotta take a break before we go live, so I'll be back in 3 minutes when court should be back. All right. I'm back. Sorry about that. So they're not on time, or did I not? This is live. All right. Do I keep reading the affidavit? How's everyone doing? What's up, Kiefer, Wendy, Bobby, Shelly? I hope that me reading that wasn't too boring. I didn't really, as I'm reading, I can't really check the chat, so excuse me. Brooklyn, Dizzy, Donnie. Thanks so much, everyone, for being here. If you haven't hit that like button, if you could hit it, get this thing in the algorithm. Why does this keep turning off live? Live. All right, do you want me to keep reading it? And then someone let me know if they go live, because I won't be able to. Oh, Shannon can let me know. She's... All right. Where were we? Interview 1. During her... Just causing shenanigans? During her initial interview, Troconis made the following claims. She left Jefferson Crossing on... Oh, wait. What was that? Brandy? Brandy S. sent $6 on Venmo. Appreciate your work. Thank you very much, Brandy. Thanks so much. During her initial interview, Troconis made the following claims. She left Jefferson Crossing on 5/24/19 at approximately 9:10 a.m. and dropped off an item to a friend, thereby providing herself with an in-person alibi, before traveling north to the Simsbury Stop and Shop, where she took photographs of herself and a store robot, providing a secondary alibi. On her way home, Troconis stopped by an additional address in West Simsbury, where she met with a different friend, providing a third alibi. When asked if Dulos was home on the morning of 5/24/19, Troconis responded by telling detectives that her locations were substantiated by photographs and texts on her cell phone. She did not answer the actual question asked. Interview 2. Without prompting, Troconis provided a description of the clothing she was wearing at the Simsbury Stop and Shop to help investigators identify her on store surveillance. Interview 3. Detectives continued to question Troconis about the alibi scripts, which Troconis admitted having written with Dulos. Although she appeared to deflect more of the onus for writing the document onto Dulos, investigators pointed out that he wrote notes for Michelle, which were false. Troconis grudgingly admitted that portions of the alibi scripts were factually inaccurate and that she had nonetheless provided these falsehoods to police as facts. 25. Troconis lunched with Dulos on 5/24/19. Troconis was inconsistent when questioned about Dulos' arrival home at Jefferson Crossing for their lunch together on 5/24/19. Troconis reported returning to Jefferson Crossing at approximately 12 p.m. She stated that the Ford Raptor was not on the property because Gimeni was driving it. Troconis stated that the Ford Group Chevrolet Suburban was there. Detectives asked Troconis if anyone else was at the house at noon. She responded, "I had lunch with Fotis, but later, not immediately." Detectives asked Troconis to be clear if Fotis was home when Troconis returned to the house as late as noon, Troconis responded. He probably can be because he has the office on the top. I mean, I didn't look for him. Troconis reported a different time frame for the lunch she ate with Dulos on 5/24/19. Interview 1, Troconis first reported 1 p.m. She then changed the time between 1 and 2. Interview 2, sometime prior to 1. Interview 3, between noon and 1:30. Alibi scripts between noon and 1. Surveillance shows the Toyota Tacoma pulling into 80 Mountain Spring Road at 12:25 p.m. Interview 2. During her second interview, Troconis explained when Dulos returned home for lunch that day, he was wearing jeans and a light shirt with short sleeves, similar to polo, whereas during the third interview, Troconis claims Dulos was wearing a collared button-down shirt with the sleeves rolled up and that he appeared normal. Interview 3. In this interview, Troconis admitted she could not account for Dulos' whereabouts on the morning of 5/24/19. When asked if she could confirm Dulos' whereabouts on the morning of 5/24/19, she acknowledged she could not. Troconis claimed that she had not found it unusual for Dulos to have absolutely no contact with her during the entire morning of 5/24/19. She claimed on some days they speak 20 times, while on other days they had no contact at all. 80 Mountain Spring Road, Farmington. The property located at 80 Mountain Spring Road is a large isolated property and owned by Four Group, and it includes a massive 11,000 plus square foot mansion with 5 bedrooms, 5 full and 3 half baths situated on 5.08 acre lot. The location is a 5-minute, 2.1 mile drive from 4 Jefferson Crossing. Throughout her 3 interviews, Troconis provided vastly different accounts, all of which conflicted with location data gleaned from Dulos and Troconis' cell phone. Interview 1. In her initial interview, Troconis provided the following information. Troconis reported Dulos called her on her phone to tell her they had to go over to 80 Mountain Spring Road to clean the house in preparation for a client meeting the next morning. She described it as common for them to use their cell phones to call one another. Troconis had to bring a vacuum, a Swiffer mop, paper towels, Clorox spray, and garbage bag. Troconis reported she and Dulos drove the 2.1 miles south to 80 Mountain Spring Road in separate vehicles sometime between 2:15 and 3 p.m. Residential surveillance shows Dulos driving his 2015 Chevrolet Suburban, followed by Troconis driving a 2014 Jeep Cherokee registered to the Four Group, arriving at 80 Mountain Spring Road at 1:36 p.m. Soon after arriving, Troconis reported she discovered the vacuum she had brought did not work. She explained how she returned to the Jefferson Crossing to obtain a small broom. In order to clarify her story, Detective asked Troconis what she first saw when she drove into the driveway of 80 Mountain Spring Road. She reported seeing the Suburban already parked with Dulos standing inside. Troconis indicated that approximately 3 p.m. she returned to Jefferson Crossing. She explained the way the Jeep was parked, it was easier to drive the Suburban. Troconis reported she went back to 80 Mountain Spring Road between 3:40 and 4 p.m. When she arrived, she observed Dulos talking on his phone out in the area of the driveway where the cars are parked. Troconis began cleaning windows, but then gave up because she realized the house was too big. Interview 2. Troconis continued to claim she did not know what Dulos was doing on the property. When Troconis was told that Dulos had killed his wife and involved her in the cleanup, she responded by saying, "That's like even worse. I hate him because of that." Affiant Kimball told Troconis, "He got you in trouble." Troconis replied, "But I was cleaning the house. I wasn't cleaning Jennifer." Interview 3. During the third interview, Troconis provided some entirely new information. During interviews 1 and 2, Troconis repeatedly told investigators she had been cleaning windows while at the 80 Mountain Spring Road. During the third interview, Troconis began claiming she had been cleaning bathrooms. Troconis indicated when Gumieni arrived at 80 Mountain Spring Road at approximately 5 p.m., she and Dulos had been standing up against the Toyota Tacoma's passenger side. Fotis and I were against the car, the Tacoma. Fotis was like behind me, like physical contact. Powell arrives. I think Powell or Fotis says I didn't see anything or we weren't doing anything. I think something like a joke. When asked to explain her meaning, and Troconis answered, like, yeah, we were making... Troconis appeared to be saying that Gumieni's arrival interrupted Dulos and Troconis from engaging in sex alongside the passenger side of the Toyota. Troconis told investigators that she was inside 80 Mountain Spring Road when Dulos came inside looking for paper towels because he had spilled something in the Toyota Tacoma. Supposedly, Dulos went back outside to clean out the spilled coffee, and then he returned to her and he handed her the paper towel, which she threw in the garbage. Troconis explained Dulos said that he spilled, I think it was coffee. When asked where Dulos had spilled the coffee, Troconis responded, in one of the cars. That's what he told me. I'm not sure if that's true or not, but the paper towel was dirty. Troconis indicated the used paper towel had been brown in color. She also told investigators that the soiled paper did not smell like coffee. In all 3 interviews, Troconis described how she repeatedly drove back and forth between 80 Mountain Spring Road and 4 Jefferson Crossing, using both the Jeep and the Suburban. The timing she provided is not corroborated by the cellular data of Troconis and Dulos' cell phones. Dulos appears to remain at 80 Mountain Spring Road from approximately 1:36 p.m. until approximately 4:07 p.m., approximately 2.5 hours. Albany Avenue, Hartford. Starting in her first interview, Troconis told the investigators between 6:30 p.m. and 7 p.m., Dulos had offered to go to a Starbucks located in West Hartford. Interview 1. Troconis explained that she and Dulos rode towards the Starbucks in a Ford Raptor. Troconis reported she was on her phone and was not aware of what was going on. Dulos drove past the Starbucks to what Troconis described as a creepy area, which was a crowded place with fire and police vehicles. Troconis explained he stopped and we stopped. He throws something from the back, a bag or I don't know what. I wasn't really paying attention. Troconis asked Dulos, why are we here? Like, it doesn't make sense. She went on to state, we've thrown garbage in other opportunities, but I've never been in that area. Troconis described how Dulos threw at least one garbage bag into a dumpster. Interview 1. Detectives showed Troconis screenshots taken from the C4 surveillance footage showing the large black-colored pickup truck and the male wearing the light-colored shirt, dark pants, and ball cap. Troconis identified the male as Dulos and the truck as the 2014 Ford F-150 SVT Raptor pickup truck. Trial and recess until 2? Thanks, Dizzy. What's the premier's voice? I don't understand. Is my voice different in the videos? This is the same voice. Thank you, Dizzy. Trial and recess until 2. When I do the premieres. I think it's just my program. It enhances the voice. I don't know. This is the same voice. Detectives show Troconis screenshots taken from the C4. We already got there. Troconis also confirmed she was the female passenger pictured leaning out of the passenger side door of the Ford Raptor. Detectives asked Troconis what was in the back of the Raptor. She responded, I don't know. I don't know. I wasn't looking at the phone. I don't know. I wasn't looking. I was on the phone. I was probably talking to P2, my friend P2. Troconis explained that following the Albany Avenue leg of the trip, she and Dulos went to Starbucks. Video footage from the Starbucks showed Dulos and Troconis entering the store on 5/24/19 and purchasing food and drink at approximately 7:59 p.m. Interview 2. The Albany Avenue trip was not discussed during the second interview. Interview 3. During her interview, Troconis began changing elements of her story. She changed her explanations of the items she was instructed by Dulos to bring to 80 Mountain Spring Road and of her activities at that location. Troconis listed the items she brought to 80 Mountain Spring Road. I brought a bucket, a sponge, a garbage bags, disposable gloves. Troconis described the items, the bucket as white, the sponge as yellow and green, the garbage bags as black. Troconis also brought Windex, Clorox bleach, vacuum, broom, paper towels. I got my vintage New York Giants Coca-Cola thrifted. Why am I little glass here with like the bigger top? Troconis also brought Windex. I read that. Investigators asked Troconis what she was planning on cleaning. She responded, the house, and I wasn't going to clean it all. Troconis told investigators she arrived at 80 Mountain Spring Road driving the Jeep Cherokee as Dulos drove the 2015 Suburban. When they arrived, Gumieni's Toyota Tacoma was already present. Troconis claimed to have no knowledge of why or how the Toyota came to be on the property. Troconis claimed she was inside 80 Mountain Spring Road cleaning bathrooms when she saw Dulos from the master bathroom window. She claimed Dulos was setting up stakes to keep people from parking on the newly seeded grass. At some point, Dulos went down into the basement of 80 Mountain Spring Road, after which she returned to 4 Jefferson Crossing for a broom. Investigators asked Troconis if there is anything going on at 80 Mountain Spring Road, Farmington, that she doesn't want to be a part of. Troconis replied, no, not that I know, not of my knowledge. Investigators told, in interview 3, Troconis told investigators that she was inside the residence cleaning when Dulos came inside looking for paper towels, claiming he spilled something. Troconis explained that Dulos went out to clean and returned and gave her the paper towel he had used which she threw in the garbage. Didn't we already talk about this? Troconis explained Dulos had claimed he was cleaning spilled coffee. When detectives asked where Dulos had spilled the coffee, she responded, in one of the cars. That's when he told me, I'm not sure if that's true or not, but the paper towel was dirty. When asked about the color of the soiled towel, Troconis reported it as brown. Investigators told Troconis it was difficult to believe she didn't know what was going on, and Troconis responded by saying, I didn't know what was going on, and up to now, I didn't see anything. Investigators asked where Dulos was cleaning the coffee stains, and she said, I believe it was the Tacoma. All right, guys. I think I'm going to take a lunch break now. So I'll see you guys back here in 1 hour and 15 minutes at 2 Eastern. Thank you so much for being here. If you haven't hit that like button, if you could hit it, that's greatly appreciated. And I'll see you guys back here in 1 hour and 15 minutes while I have some tea, because I just talked for so long and I'm not used to it. And I had to read. A lot of effort today, folks. A lot of effort. Where's my break screen? There it is. See you guys in a little bit. No, Jess, not much has happened since this morning. We had a short witness and then a motion, and then they've been gone like all morning basically because of this motion from defense counsel. They're bringing in a detective who's going to be the rest of the day, but before they did, they had this motion, and I was basically reading the arrest warrant for like an hour. No problem, Amy. We'd love to see you on there if you're able to fix it, and if not, send me a message on Discord and we'll figure it out. But usually it's if the email is not the same. Let's see if we can get back on time today. Can we do it? I mean, it looks like the camera's moving. Oh. The judge is there? All right, good sign. Let's turn on the audio, please. Donnie asks, have I thought about live calls? You want to call into the show, Donnie? I have thought about it. I just don't know how to do it. I have to figure that out. It's probably not that complicated. You going to call in if I have live calls, Donnie? Put on the microphone. All right. Hopefully, my only concern is if it's like a whole nother piece of equipment I have to buy. But if not, if I could do it, like with what I have, I'll look into that. I think there's a way to do it through Discord, but I got to figure that out. True, there is the lounge in Discord.
It's helpful to.
Oh, here we go, folks.
Who testified about what they believed to be blood? Here they were recipient witnesses. Several witnesses that had been on scene and observed certain substances and stains at the crime scene. The testimony by those witnesses was to be that what they observed was blood.
Awesome. Thanks, Amy.
The defendant moved for an in limine preclusion of that testimony by any lay witness or recipient witness, on-scene witness, unless there was sufficient evidence to establish that that item or those items had been tested and found to be blood. So in Grant, the state, or rather the court, cited State versus Schaefer, finding that it was permissible to admit into evidence the opinions and common observers, or rather of common observers in regard to common appearances, facts, and conditions. However, that testimony could not have been based on the testimony of others or some hypothetical set of facts. So the holding, as the court sees the holding in that case, is that even lay witnesses can testify as to their belief that a substance was blood, as long as that testimony is not based on what the court described as testimony of others or hypothetical statements of facts. Now, of course, in Moody, that was a situation in which expert testimony was offered. The expert witness said that a stain found on one of the defendant's shoes had given a positive result on a presumptive test for blood. In Moody, there was a presumptive test only. The court held that the result of the presumptive test for blood had no probative value whatsoever. The test result did nothing toward establishing the likelihood of the presence of human blood. In that case, there was only the presumptive test. That testimony should have been excluded and should have been found inadmissible. Now, in State versus Whipper, there was no testing at all by the police detectives. The detectives had testified that an eyewitness had seen the defendant break a vase over the victim's head. The police concluded in their testimony that the bloody hand or palm print on that vase was actually blood. An expert then testified at the same trial, and he stated that the bloody palm print on the vase was the defendant's, but he said on cross-examination that the substance on the vase had reacted to certain chemical reagents consistently with the way blood would react, but there were other substances that would have the same reaction. Well, because the police did not test the blood, the fingerprint expert did not test for blood, the court concluded that it was improper for the state's witnesses to testify that the palm print found on the vase had been made in blood. In Grant, that was again recipient witness testimony. They observed what they believed to be blood and described as a trail of blood. This is another case in which you have lay people testifying about what they believe to be the substance. The court held there a person of ordinary knowledge and experience is generally competent to testify that a substance personally observed by that person appeared to be blood. Although the particular facts and circumstances surrounding the witness's observation of the substance might affect the weight to be given to the testimony, the fact that the substance was not subject to scientific testing to rule out any possibility that it was not blood does not render the testimony inadmissible. So now we come to Downing. In Downing, we have a criminologist testify, opining on the stand that they relied on a presumptive test for blood. The defendant argued that that testimony should have been precluded pursuant to Moody. In Downing, the court should say this first. This issue really comes down to what is probative. And to make it simple, is a presumptive test by itself probative? According to Moody, no, it is not probative. On that basis, it would not be.
Thanks, Elizabeth. Thanks for being here.
The next question is a presumptive test under all circumstances not probative? The answer to that is no. In Downing, the court quotes Moody, the presumptive test for blood had no probative value whatsoever because the test did nothing toward establishing the likelihood of the presence of human blood. We're talking there about a situation in which there was no other factor to be considered. However, in Downing, the court indicated that the presumptive test, again, by itself, is not going to be probative in any degree. However, there are other factors that can be considered that would render it probative, not conclusive, but probative, such as the color of the substance, the shape of the substance, other factors that could indicate that the presumptive test could be confirmed. Now, in this case, we have a presumptive test or presumptive tests. The issue then becomes, are there other factors that can render the presumptive test not conclusive, but probative? Because relevant evidence has this definition. It's evidence that has any tendency to make a fact, the existence of a fact that is material to the determination of the matter more probable or less probable than it would be without the evidence. So in this case, you have a presumptive test by itself, not good enough, but you also have a missing person investigation. You have the color and shape of unidentified stains. You have spatter pattern. You have unidentified stains on the vehicle, in the garage, and you have an abandoned vehicle owned by Jennifer Dulos. In combination, the presumptive test is probative. The issue now goes to what weight the jury will give to the evidence. So the only danger the state can run into is if there's a question asked and the defense, rather the state's witness says that presumptive test is conclusive. And remember, the court can also ask questions. So the court is going to allow the testimony concerning the presumptive test. But again, the court has informed the jury that this court will ask questions.
Just for the record, I would note that in Downing, the expert evidence showed that some of the splatter had already been tested and confirmed at the lab to be blood, not just that it looked like blood, and that's why it was allowed. But the court, I would ask the court to address the second part of my argument, that its probative value is completely outweighed by its prejudice, especially in light of the fact there is no confirmatory tests, and that when it is tested, it is not blood. So to let it in is the equivalent of allowing, as I indicated, that rust that the jury can infer that that was blood. So I ask the court to at least address the other part of my argument.
Well, the issue again is not prejudice, but unfair prejudice. Does the state wish to be heard?
Your Honor, with respect to the fact that a test is, all evidence is going to be prejudicial, to rise to the level of unfair prejudice at this point, I don't think evidence of a presumptive test, when the witness is going to testify that it is presumptive in its very nature, is also subject to a very competent counsel who can cross-examine him about the adequacy of that test and about the fact that a lot of this evidence did make it along the chain and go to the lab, and what they did there, whether they tested it or not. I'm not going to even address any of that today. I believe Attorney McGinnis will deal with that next week. But with respect to the prejudicial value, I don't think it rises to unfair prejudice, and counsel can cross-examine, and that will go before the jury.
Well, again, the only danger the court sees for the state is that the state's own witness says it's conclusive.
I understand that, Your Honor.
As far as unfair prejudice is concerned, the court does not see that the prejudice is so substantial as to preclude any effective cross-examination. So the court will allow testimony concerning the presumptive test. We can bring the jury in.
You will bring the jury.
While they bring in the jury, does anyone know of any like restaurants that take AARP cards? I was thinking maybe we could use Shannon's to get a discount for dinner tonight. Denny's, all right. Perkins. Baby Bo has an AARP? Uh-oh. This this means I'm in trouble right here.
Stipulate to the presence of all of the jurors.
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
Wait a minute.
Your Honor, may I call my next witness?
Yes.
The state calls Detective Matthew Riley to the stand. May I approach the clerk?
Yes.
This will be the only witness for this afternoon, apparently. I'm going to guess Reilly for the last name.
Your Honor, may I have a moment with counsel?
Yes.
Fine. That's fine, Your Honor.
Okay, Madam Clerk. The witness.
Please raise your right hand.
You're welcome,
solemnly
Elizabeth.
Swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God, or upon penalty of perjury.
I do.
Please state your name and spell it for the record.
It's Matthew Riley, Reilly.
Fucking nailed it again.
You may be seated.
Nailed it, Matthew Riley. I got you.
Good
It's from all my reading.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Fine, ma'am.
Mr. Riley, or Detective Riley, I'm sorry, are you currently employed by the state police?
No, I'm not. I retired from the Connecticut State Police in January of 22.
If you could, please explain, what rank did you retire at?
I retired as a sergeant.
And in 2019, what rank did you have?
I was a detective.
Could you briefly just explain a little bit about your training and experience as a sergeant with the Connecticut State Police?
Yes, I've been a detective for approximately 20 years of my 23-year career. And during that time, I've had classes in intermediate crime scene processing, advanced crime scene processing, late print development, bloodstain pattern analysis, death investigation, homicide investigation, and probably a myriad of other classes.
And with respect to the Connecticut State Police, were you assigned to a particular troop or division?
I was assigned to the Western District Major Crime Squad, where I worked on the van unit as a crime scene investigator.
Could you please explain what a crime scene investigator is?
So, crime scene investigator is tasked with the investigation of a crime scene, processing evidence, handling evidence, packaging evidence, and coordinating with laboratory analysis.
This court reporter with man hands, my
Could you
Lanta.
discuss a little bit about your training, if you have any, with respect to crime scene analysis, that particular part of being, or that assignment, I should say?
Yes, I've attended intermediate crime scene processing courses, advanced crime scene processing courses, law enforcement photography, bloodstain pattern analysis, different trainings on the investigation of not only homicide scenes, but scenes of sexual assault, and classes on medical legal death investigation.
And how long were you assigned to the van?
Approximately 14 years.
In 2019, who was assigned to the van with you?
So the van unit in 2019 was supervised by Sergeant Joe Duva, and then there was myself, Detective Jamie Pearson, Detective Jeremy Combs, Detective Frank McGavin, and Detective Mike Downs.
I'm going to draw your attention specifically now to May 24th, 2019. Did you report to 69 Wells Lane that day in New Canaan?
I did.
Why did you respond there?
I received a telephone call from the Western District Commander saying that the New Canaan Police Department was requesting assistance with a missing person investigation where they suspected foul play.
And what was your assignment for going to, or what was your reason for going to 69 Wells?
They were specifically, what I understood at the time, they were just asking for crime van assistance or crime scene investigation assistance. So I responded to Western District Headquarters in Litchfield, grabbed the truck, and drove down to 69 Wells in New Canaan.
So the truck, what is on the truck, if you can describe it a little bit?
So it's the major crime van is it's kind of a big toolbox on wheels. So it's a small body or kind of a medium duty truck with a cargo body on the back that contains all of our equipment, all of our supplies, additional lighting, cameras, such things as that.
About what time did you respond there? Or to 69 Wells, I should say.
I probably arrived sometime around 2 o'clock in the morning on the 25th.
Was anybody on scene when you arrived?
Well, I know New Canaan Police Department had uniformed officers there, and then I really don't remember who arrived first from our crew.
Now, you mentioned a couple names about people who worked on the van. Did anybody that you named arrive or come to 69 Wells that day?
Yes, Detective Frank McGavin was available, so he responded. And then we had several what we call alternates. So detectives who also work in Western District Major Crime, they have additional crime scene training and experience, and they come to kind of backfill absences for people who are not able to respond.
And who were those alternates?
The alternates that day were Detective
Hey, Daniel.
Abbey,
Good to see you.
Detective Bob Hazen, Detective Katie Keppel, and Detective Dwayne Lopierre.
Did you enter the house on it? Well, I'm gonna, if I can check that. Is there when you conduct a search of a residence, is there a certain process or procedure that you utilize?
Yes. So when we arrive at a scene, usually in serious cases, the local PD is in the process of obtaining a search warrant. By the time we arrive on scene, we get a briefing as to the investigation up to that point. Usually from the lead detective.
I'm going to object that this is not the question is not what he did then. He's talking about in general. I don't know if that's helpful.
Well, the question is what was the procedure on that day, correct?
Yes, Your Honor. I would request that.
The response was generally this is what we do. That's non-responsive. So this objection is.
I'll rephrase. I will rephrase. Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, with respect to May 24th, 2009, actually it would be May 25th, 2019, did you have a specific procedure in place with the other officers on the van in conducting a search of 69 Wells?
Yes. So, like I said, I arrived at approximately 2 o'clock in the morning. Again, New Canaan was obtaining a search warrant for the property, and once everybody arrived, we divvied up our various assignments of what we were going to do that night.
What were those assignments?
So Frank McGavin, he was assigned to take notes at the scene and prepare a scene report. Basically, it's observations and actions at the scene. I took evidence collection, so I was the evidence officer. It was my responsibility to identify, collect, package, and label all the evidence. We had a primary photographer. We also run a backup photographer. We have a videographer, and then we had somebody prepare a sketch map.
Who was your primary photographer?
That would be Detective Katie Keppel.
And the backup photographer?
Detective Bob Hazen.
And is there a particular order that those assignments are done in the course of May 25th, 2019 processing?
That night, we started out with video recording, overall video recording of the scene. Then we'll start primary and backup photography overall. I'm sorry, let me back up. The first thing we do is we conduct a walkthrough. So we conduct a walkthrough, kind of see what we have, identify any kind of fragile or transient evidence that we have.
Again, I'm going to object. It sounds like he's not talking about what he did, but what he usually.
The objection essentially is non-responsive. The question is not what normally the routine.
Stop fucking this up, detective.
What happened that day? Sustained.
Detective Riley, did you participate in the walkthrough of 69 Wells?
Yes, I did.
How did you enter the house?
I entered through the garage, and then I went ahead and accessed the front door because the garage appeared to have a great deal of evidence in it. So we didn't want to get it trampled. So I opened the front door, let Detective McGavin and Detective Keppel in. We conducted a quick walkthrough.
And if I can, what is the purpose of that walkthrough?
We were looking for kind of the layout of the house, the situation, getting a feel for what we had. We were looking for any kind of transit evidence, fragile evidence, and we would start to develop a plan on how we would basically tackle this problem.
And after the walkthrough, what was the next step in processing the scene?
The next step in processing the scene is Corey Clabby started his video recording.
Were you a part of that?
No, I was not.
Does he have like a nervous, oh, I paused it right exactly on what I was about to talk about. Does he have like an involuntary muscle thing, or is that like a nervous tick? See what he's doing? He does this after a bunch, he like does this thing with his mouth. Like this is exact, I didn't mean to pause it here, but he does this thing with his mouth after like questions.
And after the video recording?
After that, the photographers went through, primary and backup.
Were you a part of the primary or backup photography?
No.
While the videography or the primary and backup photographers are in the house, what were you doing?
While they were in the house, I was swabbing the points of entry door handles for latent DNA.
I just want to clarify and ask you about the word swabbing. What exactly do you mean by swabbing?
A swab is just a long-handled Q-tip. It's contained in sterile packaging, and we use it for the collection of evidence.
Where do you get the swabs from?
Forensic supply house.
And how are they preserved, or are they preserved, I should ask you?
The swabs are contained in, they're individually packaged in sterile wrappers. when we use them, we collect evidence and then we place them inside of a short box that we seal and put inside of a larger envelope for labeling.
What do they look like?
The swabs, ma'am?
Yes.
Like I say, it's a long-handled Q-tip, similar to what you see at a doctor's office.
And you indicated, well, how do you use them?
So in this case, when I was swabbing the door handles for DNA, I would open up 2 swabs, moisten them with sterile water, and then run them around the door handles in an effort to collect up any biologic material that may have been on that door handle. I'll then cap the swabs, put them inside of a box, seal them up, and then place them in an envelope.
And is that standard policy and procedure for you when you utilize a swab?
Yes.
And did you consistently use that process anytime you used a swab at 69 Wells?
Yes.
Now, you indicated you swabbed the doors, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Why would you swab the doors first?
Just in case there was an unknown intruder coming through one of those points of entry, hopefully we would be able to pick up some sort of their suspect DNA, unknown DNA.
Well, the court is going to interject here. The court believed the testimony was that he swabbed the door handles.
I was just going to clarify that if I can, Your Honor.
This judge is on top of it.
Your Honor, the state is intending to introduce multiple photographs. I believe I need to have the witness view them for ID at this point, if I may.
For a moment, Your Honor.
One thing that I do all the time, I particularly notice since I stream, I put my hand like this. I don't know why I do it, but I'll tell you this. I don't sniff my fingers like Rauschbaum. I mean, this guy just, I feel like it's like a nervous thing because he just looks super uncomfortable up there. Like super, he looks like this man is pained right now to be there. He retired. He's like, I didn't think I had to do this shit anymore. Now they got me back from a case from 19. Talking about chlorophyll.
Agreement about making this move a little faster, so.
If we can, Your Honor, well, I'll just do that. If I may just approach the witness. This is 9, if I may, Your Honor. I apologize. 9A has been marked for ID.
Oh,
Honor.
Donnie.
If I can. Sir, I'm going to show you.
Uh-oh, Joanne's watching Southern Charm Reunion.
If you look at I believe this would be page 2 off of 9A. Can you take a look at that document, please? Now, there are about 4 photographs on that document. This is under 9, states 9. It's a file labeled 169 Wells, Your Honor, with 4 photographs on it.
Hey, Miss Dina.
Do you recognize
Good
the
to see you.
photographs that are contained on that page?
Yes.
And what are those photographs?
Those are overall views of the 4 sides of the scene.
Do those pictures fairly and accurately represent the scene of 69 Wells as you saw it that night or that morning, I should say, on 5/25/2019?
Yes.
They would offer the file labeled 169 Wells off of states 9 as a full exhibit.
Is there an objection?
Oh, well, 9 is still ID, so these 4 are not, they're all on one disc. That's the problem. So I'm not objecting to these 4 being shown to the jury.
And just for expedience, Your Honor, I'm going to run through all of them if I can.
Is it identified as 9 or 9A?
9A is for ID only at this point. I believe at 9, well, both are for ID only. 9A is the document is screenshots of every file or photograph contained within 9. So instead of pulling the photograph up on the computer, council has agreed to let me show the screenshots to authenticate each photograph. Save some time.
So 9 will be admitted as a full exhibit.
I have to run through all of them. Council's not in agreement at this point.
Thank you.
If I may just approach, Your Honor?
Yeah.
So I'm going to show you page 2, or actually it might be page 3, under file marked 2, garage pictures in states 9. Can you take a look at that page and only that page, sir? Sir, did you have an opportunity to look at those?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize any of the photographs that are contained on that page?
Yes.
How many do you recognize?
I recognize them all.
Do they fairly and accurately what are they? I'm sorry.
Photos 1 through 5 appear to be overall photographs of the garage at 69 Wells. Photograph 6 is the photograph of the doorknob of the door in between the garage and the mudroom at 69 Wells. And photos 7, 8, and 9 are photographs of the doorknob after removal and during processing.
And do those photographs all fairly and accurately portray those items that you described?
Yes.
And that's with respect to what they look like on May 25th, 2019?
Yes.
Okay. State would offer that file, which I believe, if I can, is dates 9, file 2, labeled garage pictures.
No objection.
So states 9, file 2, admitted as full.
If I may, Your Honor, states 9A again, so I'm going to have you take a look at state file 3, labeled kitchen, and the majority of them, I will pull up the last one on the computer, but if you can take a look, please.
Same, Wendy, same.
Did you have an opportunity to look at that?
Yes.
Thank you. I would also direct your attention to the screen right in front of you. Do you see that screen in front of you?
Yes.
So just for the record, Your Honor, so the record is clear, there is a screen in front of Detective Riley that only can be shown to him. The screen on the back of Detective Riley that is portrayed towards the jury is off. Sir, do you recognize what's depicted in the screen in front of you?
Yes.
Okay, both the screen in front of you as well as the document in front of you as well. Do you recognize those photographs?
I do. Could you pull up photograph 17?
I know they're small. Can you? Thank you. Attorney Moran is assisting, Your Honor. Thank you. And again, it is only for the record shown on the screen in front of you. Do you recognize the photograph 17?
Yes.
So all those photographs that you just saw, are they fairly and accurately portray? Well, I should ask this. What are they?
Photographs appear to be overall views of the kitchen. Those are photographs 1 through 4. Photograph 5 and 6 appear to be the contents of the purse we found in the house. 7, 8,
Well,
9.
Your Honor, before he gets into a description of items not yet in evidence, I would like at least the opportunity of voir dire about this set before I object or not object.
I haven't even finished asking him if it is a fair and accurate representation of what he interprets it to be, Your Honor. I would ask to finish that before.
Thank you. The court will permit voir dire after counsel lays the foundation.
Thank you. You can continue, sir.
And photos 7 through 15 were taken during processing of the kitchen. Photo 16, an item of evidence that we seized from master bath. And photo 17 is an exhibit that was seized from the garage floor.
Do you recognize all the items on that piece of paper?
Yes.
As well as the screen in front of you?
Yes.
Do they fairly and accurately portray what you explain them to be on May 25th, 2019?
Yes.
The state would offer it at this time, Your Honor.
Brief, what dear?
Yes.
Mr. Riley, I just want to be clear as we go through these. And let's start with the image you see on the screen, which on the sheet is marked as 18-352. That's on the screen. When you were at the scene, is this precisely how it appeared that you yourself saw?
Yes.
It was like that we're seeing in the picture. You observed that at precisely as this image portrays it.
Correct.
All right. And if you look at the other images, 1 through 17, when you were in the house doing your job of collecting evidence, did everything that you observed appear precisely as is shown in these images, these specific images?
Yes.
So that it not only fairly accurately represents the way that the room appeared in general, but you yourself saw these exactly as they're laid out here. Is that correct?
Yes.
Then I'm not going to object to these pictures, Your Honor.
I know Your Honor, I have more files sitting on that desk. Thank you.
So what is the offer?
At this point, Your Honor, we're still on states 9. Council has approved, it has been, Your Honor has admitted files 1, which is 69 wells on that, file 2, which is garage pictures, and file 3, which is labeled kitchen. The state is now moving on to file 4, which is titled 69 wells latent prints.
So 1, 2, and 3 are full already.
Already, Your Honor.
So just so that the record is clear, 1, 2, and 3 admitted as full.
And just for Your Honor, there are 15. So take a minute and take a look at file 4. Do you recognize the items depicted in those photographs?
More like borophyll.
What are they?
They're photographs of latent prints that we developed and seized at the scene.
What day did you seize those or
It's
develop
been
those
84 years.
It's okay. We fingerprinted the house on the 27th, so on Monday.
On the 27th? So those photographs that you see in front of you fairly and accurately portray the prints you photographed or developed, I should say, on 5/27.
Yes.
State would offer.
May I again 1 year to clarify? I just want to be clear. You were there on the 25th, is that right?
Correct.
I just understood this testimony is this is something that happened not on the 25th, correct? These pictures?
That's right.
Were you back there on the 27th after these pictures were taken?
I was there on the 27th while those pictures were taken.
Oh, while they were being taken. So
Yes.
you're there on 2 different days.
Yes.
And do these images that are in folder 4, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 images, do they represent the way that the particular parts of that house appeared as you were there?
They depict the way the scene appeared on the 27th.
That's not my question. Do they, what we're looking at now in these images, do they appear exactly as when you were there, you observed them with the particular markings and whatever chemicals they sprayed? Is
Yes.
that that's a yes?
Yes.
Right, so you saw these images precisely as they're portrayed. In other words, you were there either at the time these pictures were taken or immediately thereafter, right?
Yes.
I have no objection.
States 9, file 4, admitted as full.
Thank you. Sir, I'm going to draw your attention. State 9, file 5, titled Chevy Lapham. Please take a look at those items.
We got you, Jess. Don't worry.
Now, sir, with respect to items labeled 2 through 6, do you recognize what is depicted in those photographs?
Yes, I do.
What is depicted in those photographs?
So that is the Chevy Suburban that was found on Lapham Road, as it appeared on the morning of the 25th.
Do those photographs fairly and accurately portray what that vehicle looked like on that morning on May 25th, 2019?
As I found it, yes.
With the state would offer those, Your Honor. The first item has already been admitted by a previous witness.
And I'm not objecting to that one either. If I may just follow up the same
No,
question.
you may not.
And to be
Shut
clear,
your face.
You were at
Shut the hole in your face.
Lapham Road location, and you observed the vehicle in that location at the time you were doing your evidence collection on that day?
Yes, we drove from the scene to Lapham Road.
And the vehicle was exactly as portrayed in these pictures, right?
That's how I found it, correct.
Okay. Again, I have no objection.
State 9,
my God!
file 5, admitted.
I will smash your face into a jelly!
Snap back to reality.
Case 9, file 6, titled Garage A. Sir, I'm going to ask you to take a look at the photograph and depicted on the page, and then if you can, there is a photograph being pulled up on your screen. For the record, the video screen behind the witness is off. The video screen in front of him is on. With respect to pictures 12 and 13, they are side by side on your screen in front of you. If you could take a look at all those photographs, please.
Why does A17 look like it has blood on it?
Yes, I do.
Sorry. What are they?
There are photographs of the garage floor. It's 69 wells during processing.
And by during processing, is that something that you were present for?
Yes.
Okay. Did you look at those items that are depicted in those photographs? Do they fairly and accurately portray what you saw that day on May 25th, was it?
I believe these were taken on the 27th.
On May 27th, 2019, and you were present on May 27th when those photographs were taken?
Yes.
And do they fairly and accurately represent what those photographs, or what those items contained in the photographs are?
Yes.
State would offer?
Is there voir dire?
Yes, please. And if I could just inquire counsel for a second.
The other two items, Your Honor, contained in file 6 have already been admitted through Sergeant Pearson.
And just, I'm going to ask you kind of the same question. When you were in the garage, did it look exactly like this with the tape measures and the other crime van measuring devices that we see in these images?
During our processing, yes, this is how it looked.
I'm sorry, would you say that again, please?
During processing, this is how it looked.
Well, I'm asking whether while you were there, were these items laid out as shown in these pictures while you were collecting evidence?
Yes.
So the two that are on the screen, which are identified as in subfile 6, garage A numbers 12 and 13, which don't appear on the sheet, but are on the screen. These two show exactly how it appeared while you were in that garage?
Yes.
So the red dot on the
Hey, Lisa.
the van measuring thing was already there. Is that correct?
The red dot.
In the picture on the right, that says A17. I just want to specify which one we're looking at. That was there while you were there, correct?
Yeah, I believe so, yeah.
When you say you don't know?
I don't remember exactly what every marking looked like, but this represents 2 of the stains
You saw
on the garage floor.
All right, well, I get that. We've seen a lot of pictures of stains. Well, my question is, we're talking about the white metric measuring devices. You recognize those from being from the van, correct?
Correct.
So I asked you about the red dot or stain you see on the thing that's marked A17. Was that there when you were in the garage? So does that fairly and accurately represent what you saw?
I don't remember that.
You do not remember that?
I don't.
And then if you look at the image on the left that has an A16 on it, you see there's also a stain on the measuring device as well. Is that correct?
Correct.
Was that there when you were present in the garage?
I don't specifically remember that.
All right.
I mean, this guy is a douche nozzle, this defense attorney, but like, I kind of agree. Why do the 2 evidence marking rulers have shit on them? Like, did they not clean them from a prior thing? Did it get on? Like, that's weird. Why would they not be completely white? Both of them have like shit on them. What is that about?
We just have a moment. Except for the 2 images on the screen, 12 and 13, I object. I don't believe this witness can categorically state that this fairly and accurately.
And correct me if I'm wrong, didn't they previously testify they didn't wear gloves because they were underfunded? So, like, this is weird. I don't know.
Represents the way it appeared while he was present.
If I may, Your Honor, 12, and what counsel is equivocating is over a small dot on a marking tab, not even on the garage floor or a marking on the house, on the ruler that is used to delineate what I guess is a measurement system.
I'm going to object to her describing the exhibit that's not yet in evidence.
You don't have a right to argue this and admit it.
Well.
Oh, it's getting a little spicy.
See what this is.
That's correct.
There may be questions that the court has that will be offered outside of the presence of the jury. Because the court wants to make sure, first of all, it understands apparently what this exhibit is on the court screen.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Oh, it's on the.
I know this.
It's on the screen from the court. Oh my Lanta, are you kidding me? That's what it is?
The court may have some questions about what you cannot see, which is not yet in evidence. So perhaps we'll just take an early afternoon recess.
Oh my Lanta.
At 3:15.
They're doing a break already?
All rise.
What happened, guys?
Supreme Court now stands in recess until 3:15.
Remember when we were so full of hope yesterday about this trial being punctual and not a train wreck like Young Thug? Remember that? What happened? So is it something on the freaking screen that's causing that? I mean, this is banana sandwiches. Hey, Cece. Yeah, you're not kidding, Missy. I want to make sure. I'm going to rewind that. Is that what they? That's what they said, right? That was the stuff was on the screen. Are you kidding me?
But the court may have. Jury cannot see what this is.
That's correct.
There may be questions that this
appeared while he was present.
If I may, Your Honor, 12, what counsel is marking tap, not even on the garage floor or a marking on the house, on the ruler that is used to delineate what I guess is a measurement system.
I'm going to object to her describing the exhibit that's not yet in evidence.
You don't have a right to argue this and admit it.
Well, the jury cannot see what this is.
That's correct.
There may be questions that the court has that will be offered outside of the presence of the jury. Because the court wants to make sure, first of all, it understands apparently what this exhibit is on the court screen.
Thank you very much, sir.
That's correct.
You're a gentleman and a scholar.
The Vivster 5 months. Wait, I think I misinterpreted that. Thank you so much, Viv. I think maybe he's saying it's on the court screen, i.e. the exhibit is on the screen, but the jury can't see it. So I might have misinterpreted that. I can't understand what's happening.
Because the court wants to make sure, first of all, it understands apparently what this exhibit is on the court screen.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, I know this becomes somewhat inconvenient.
Take care, Miss Dina.
What you cannot see, which is not yet in evidence. So perhaps we'll just take an early afternoon recess and reconvene at 3:15.
All right.
All right, we got a break until, I guess we'll figure out after the break is over. We got a break until 3:15. I guess I can continue to read if you want me to. I think, what were we on, like 16 or 17? We talked about Starbucks. We talked about that. Okay, Angie. Donnie, it's the same voice. I don't do a different voice. I wish I could do my premiere voice, Donnie. I wish I could do it. Shannon's in the other room saying it is kind of different. I don't know. It's just because my program, I guess, enhances it when I edit it. She thinks it's because I'm semi-scripted and know what I'm going to say. And I'm being a little theatrical? What? All right. 28. Russell's Speeders Car Wash. Here I am, coming at you. WNBC. Investigation determined that on 5/29/19, Dulos and Troconis. Is that what I sound like? I don't know. What?
Rachel just texted me, my friend Rachel. She said, listen to this. She says, are you encouraging Jay to talk lower and measured like Bob? I feel like he is. I watched a couple of Windy is Going Down series. Great stuff. She literally just sent that to me.
Shannon's friend said my voice sounds different too. I don't know what to tell you guys. I'm not trying to sound different. What's up, Keith Bo? WNBC. Did anyone see, by the way, they asked Paul Giamatti if he would ever work with Howard Stern again. He's like, absolutely. He was so good. Pig vomit. WNBC. You didn't post anything about your months? What is happening? What do you mean what is happening? We're on a break until 3:15. What am I doing? I don't even know what I'm doing anymore. All right. Russell Speeder's car wash. Investigation determined that on 5/29/19, Dulos and Troconis together shuttled. Does anyone know how to pronounce this name, by the way? Gumieni's Toyota Tacoma pickup truck to Russell Speeder's car wash, 265 West Main Street in Avon, Connecticut. In order to have the vehicle thoroughly cleaned and detailed, Dulos paid $250 in cash to have these services performed and did so without Gumieni's knowledge or permission. Residential surveillance from Jefferson Crossing showed a black Chevrolet Yukon followed by a red Toyota pickup driving on Jefferson Crossing towards Eli Road at 8:56 a.m. During interview 3, Troconis indicated Dulos was driving the Tacoma and she was operating the Yukon as they drove to Russell Speeder's car wash at Avon. Russell Speeder's surveillance footage showed the Toyota pickup entering the parking lot area at approximately 9:05 a.m. Dulos can be seen entering the lobby and speaking with a Russell Speeder's representative who records the following information on a detail log sheet for the vehicle. The name is left blank. The phone number recorded is Troconis cellular number. The vehicle field is filled out as a Toyota Sienna. The time is 8:44. The detail field is marked full. The price field is marked $250. According to Troconis, Dulos got into the Chevrolet Yukon and the two traveled to the law offices of attorney Andrew Bowman, who currently represents Troconis. At approximately 1:39 p.m., Troconis phone records show an incoming call from, which is listed as the business number of Russell Speeder's car wash. At approximately 2:28 p.m., Troconis' phone records place her cell phone in the area of the People's United Bank located at 310 West Main Street in Avon. At approximately 2:28 p.m., Russell Speeder's surveillance shows Dulos entering the lobby to pay for the detailing of the Toyota. Both Dulos and Troconis were arrested on 9/4/19 and 9/5/19, respectively, largely based on their roles outlined above to tamper with or fabricate physical evidence in violation of Section 53A of the Connecticut General Statutes. Toyota Tacoma, 2001 Toyota Tacoma. On 6/6/19, detectives seized the 2001 Toyota Tacoma at the residence of Powell Gumieni. During the search warrant execution, Gumieni told detectives that the seats which were installed in the Toyota were different from the seats which had been on the truck on 5/24/19. Gumieni signed a written consent to search form and he provided the seats to the police voluntarily. Pursuant to a Joyce warrant, the seats were sent to the forensic lab for testing. The results indicated, well, that says indicted, but indicated Jennifer Dulos' blood was found on the passenger seat of the vehicle. The bicycle. Powell Gumieni told investigators he was aware that Dulos owned an older model black or brown bicycle, which he had brought with him when he moved to the United States. Dulos told Gumieni the bike was made in France and was his childhood bicycle. Dulos had asked Gumieni to fix the bicycle during the fall of 2018 or the beginning of 2019. Gumieni remembered the bicycle had been routinely stored on a hook in the garage at 4 Jefferson Crossing. During interview 3, Troconis reported seeing such a bicycle at 80 Mountain Spring Road. When detectives showed Troconis photographs of the interior of the 4 Jefferson Crossing garage taken on 6/3/19, she indicated Dulos' bicycle was missing from the photo. Troconis pointed out the empty hook where Dulos' bike normally hanged. Evidence recovered from the Albany Avenue trash receptacles contained a logo consistent with a vintage Mercier brand bicycle, a French-made bicycle consistent with Gumieni's description. Detectives located photographs taken in 2008 at a residence shared by Jennifer and Fotis Dulos, which showed a dark-colored vintage bicycle, which was consistent with a Mercier bicycle. On the day of Jennifer's disappearance, residential surveillance footage of Weed Street, New Canaan, showed an individual dressed in a hooded sweatshirt and dark clothing riding a bicycle consistent with Dulos' bike towards Jennifer's residence. That's pretty chilling. Surveillance timeline. The detectives conducted an extensive canvass for surveillance sources along various routes in Farmington-Avon area within the town of New Canaan and points in between. The vehicles included a black 2015 Chevrolet Suburban registered to the Ford Group and regularly operated by Dulos, a white 2014 Jeep Cherokee Laredo registered to the Ford Group and operated by Dulos, Troconis, and Gumieni, a Ford F-150 SVT high-performance pickup truck registered to the Ford Group and commonly operated by Dulos. Investigators developed information in the days leading up to the dates of Jennifer's disappearance. The vehicle had been provided by Dulos to his employee, Powell Gumieni. I'm sure I'm butchering that name. So, a red 2001 Toyota Tacoma pickup truck associated with Powell Gumieni. Specific components of this vehicle were compared to the video sources to verify vehicle consistency. Surveillance video gleaned from the day prior, 5/23/19, and from the date of the crime, 5/24/19, included the following. 5/23/19, 4:51 p.m. Surveillance from a resident located just south of Jefferson Crossing on Eli Road shows a vehicle consistent with a 2014 Ford Raptor traveling north on Eli Road towards Jefferson Crossing. Surveillance shows... Siri, what are you talking about? In January, So 4:54 p.m. Surveillance shows what appears to be Powell Gumieni's Toyota Tacoma traveling south along Eli Road, followed by Fotis Dulos' Ford Raptor. The footage shows these vehicles appearing to travel in tandem on Eli Road from Jefferson Crossing towards 80 Mountain Spring Road. 4:57. Surveillance capturing the driveway of 80 Mountain Spring Road shows a Toyota Tacoma and a Ford Raptor coming from the direction of Eli Road, pulling into 80 Mountain Spring Road property. 5:01. Surveillance shows a Ford Raptor leaving the driveway of 80 Mountain Spring Road and turning onto Mountain Spring Road north, bound to travel towards the Dulos residence. The Eli Road surveillance shows a Ford Raptor traveling northbound towards the Dulos residence. 5:10, search warrant from the OnStar module of Dulos 2014 Raptor indicated the vehicle was located at 4 Jefferson Crossing when the gear shift was placed into drive at 5:10 p.m. I feel like this is like the Murda timeline right now. We're talking about the OnStar and the gear shift placed into drive. Let's do 5/24/19. 5:35. So 5/24/19 is the date Jennifer disappears. 5:35 a.m. 80 Mountain Spring Road, Farmington. A red Toyota Tacoma pickup truck drives off the property of 80 Mountain Spring Road and turns left onto Mountain Spring Road southbound. 6:36 a.m. A red Toyota Tacoma consistent with Gumieni's truck was found traveling southbound on Merritt Parkway, passing the Fairfield Rest area at 6:36 a.m. 7:03 a.m. Detectives located a red Toyota Tacoma consistent with Gumieni's truck traveling southbound on the Merritt Parkway, passing the rest area at 7:03 a.m. 7:05 a.m. Video from New Canaan shows an empty turnout on Latham Road southbound just north of the Merritt Parkway overpass. 7:31 a.m. Video from a residential surveillance system showed a person riding a bicycle in the northwest direction along Weed Street. The cyclist appeared to be dressed in dark clothing with the hood pulled down low to hide their face. The bicycle being ridden appeared to be a dark-colored touring bike with the curled ram horn handlebars common on vintage 10-speed bicycles. The bicycle appeared to have a metallic reflective rims. Witness statements, including from Paul Gumieni, and photographic evidence established that Dulos owned a vintage bicycle matching the description. The location of the surveillance falls in line with a 20-minute bike route from Waveney Park section of Latham Road, the location at which the Toyota was staged, to 69 Wells Lane. The direction of the rider is towards Wells Lane and away from Waveney Park. 7:40 a.m. Latham Road, New Canaan. A New Canaan school bus traveling south on Latham Road at 7:40 a.m. showed the same turnout occupied by a red Toyota consistent with Gumieni's pickup. The turnoff is within approximately 100 feet of the turnoff that Jennifer's 2017 Chevrolet Suburban would later be found in a bed in. The bed of the truck appeared empty. 7:57 a.m. At 7:57 a.m., a school bus traveling northbound on Latham Road showed the Toyota still parked in the same dirt turnout on Latham Road. 8:05 a.m., victim arrives home. At 8:05, Jennifer's 2017 Chevrolet Suburban is shown on residential security camera driving eastbound along Wells Lane towards her residence after Jennifer dropped her children at school.
Authentication.
If I can.
Oh shit, they're back early? Sorry, guys.
Because I do actually agree. I'd rather get this out while the jury is out of the room. If I could just have 1 minute. This would be under file 14, Chevy Suburban. And is this what Council's talking about?
I believe that is correct.
So this would be file 14, Chevy Suburban. This photograph is just labeled 14. Then there's 15, and then 16. I believe those are those the three?
Let me just have a moment. I have to call it up on my computer, Your Honor, because the image is just so black. In other words, I can't tell from the paper copy, so if I just have a moment. Oh. Sure, could you just show me the other ones again, please?
Okay, this is 16, so this would be 15, and then this is 14.
Yes, those would be the images that I would be objecting to. The later testing showed that this was not blood, and these three images, which I don't know if Your Honor can see them, they don't aid the jury in any event, and the fact of putting it in has no probative value whatsoever, but it will certainly make the jury confused to think it was evidence of blood when it's going to be in a week or two shown that it had nothing to do, that it was not blood.
Your Honor, again, I feel like this is a backdoor to Your Honor's ruling already this morning that the state can offer testimony regarding the presumptive test, not only the luminol, but the KM Kasselmeyer test. Counsel can, of course, cross-examine Detective Riley as well as any lab witnesses, present any case he wishes to do. But like Your Honor indicated earlier, it goes to its weight, not its admissibility. And this was something Your Honor decided and is allowed. So just by virtue of the fact that it's a luminol test, I don't think affects at this point its admissibility. Now, when we get to authenticating the photograph, I guess I can do that now outside the presence of the jury. We can go through the motions if Your Honor wishes.
Well, the court does not think this is a difficult matter to resolve.
The state, of course, the state has its strategy, but the state can ask its witness, is this a conclusive test? This luminol test can show not only blood, but 30 other substances. Isn't that right? So the court sees no unfair prejudice. This is the state's presentation. The court sees no unfair prejudice. And again, the court can ask, how many substances would the luminol test detect if it is unclear? So the court sees no unfair prejudice at this stage.
Would the court at least permit short voir dire about these three images?
Mandy will be right back. She's got to investigate some balls.
So we're not taking up time in front of the jury, and then my issue is preserved for the record.
Well, the court thinks the voir dire is just as short as the court made it. This can show 30 substances, correct?
But he hasn't answered it.
Well, no, I'm not asking. Yeah. But that's as far as the court can ask that while the jury is here. Yes. If the court is unclear.
Well, I don't even know if he was present when these pictures were taken, whether he saw it.
Well, I think that because counsel knows the case, it may be that counsel is assuming that the jury is going to draw certain conclusions, not based on what's coming in now, but based on what counsel knows about the case. If this is shown to the jury, just this photo, with some testimony as to this is what the luminol test showed, the court can see no unfair prejudice in that, and cross-examination that this isn't conclusive.
Well, more to the point, Your Honor, I would submit that this witness doesn't have the proper background or authentication or experience to testify that what it shows other than it's a glowing purple image in the dark. You would need someone with scientific background to explain what the luminol is and what it shows, not a hearsay statement by a detective.
Well, what the court can envision is, I sprayed this section colloquially with luminol, and that's what happened. Now, where that testimony goes from there will have to be heard. And I think the objection would have to come after that point. But just to say this is the result that we saw is not prejudiced unfairly. What does it mean? That's the next question. What does it mean?
Well, is the court then to preclude that next question or wait for an objection on that? That's why we're doing this outside the presence of the jury.
Well, it depends on what the state is going to try to get in. The court indicated what the question, the threshold question would be. And then the court has to see where it goes from there.
May I make a suggestion with respect to the luminol, those photographs, Your Honor? Yes. I think a lot of their, for their foundation, it is in file 14 out of 15 for a reason. As Your Honor can see through the many, many photographs that the state intends to introduce, that there will be a lot of testimony concerning what was found in the garage, as well as Detective Riley's reasoning and his training experience and his determination. I'm not simply going to put the photograph up and have it conveyed for what it is. There will be a foundation for it. Perhaps we should wait until that time is at hand, I guess, for that determination. And what I will do is just mark before those pictures come up, and we can do an offer of proof outside the presence of the jury with Detective Riley on the stand.
Okay, the court would prefer not to have the jury keep going out this afternoon. So if we can
We can go back to the other 12 and 13. So that's where we are at this point.
Yes, Your Honor. And actually, can I? Your Honor, just for the record, if I can also, this is on a side note, apparently even though the TV is off and it is something not being streamed, I know that this is something that is live streamed, the ID issues that are seen on the camera feed are still being shown. So the whole point is the jury doesn't see it off of the screen. However, it is being still live streamed, the ID issues. So that apparently is something we did discover during the break. But I want to make it very clear that the screen behind the jury has been off, and we will ensure that the camera or the video camera on the side is off as well.
Thank you.
This before we put up is now back on the screen is 12 and 13. I will leave the video in front of Detective Riley down until Your Honor indicates I can put it back up.
So the last line of questioning from Attorney Schoenholm essentially was those marks on those measuring devices, Detective Riley did not see at the time he was at the property on either the 25th or the 27th.
That's not my memory, Your Honor. My memory, and perhaps Detective Riley can indicate, is that he does not recall seeing those two marks.
Correct. And that's the last line that the court heard.
Correct, and that it therefore this witness cannot testify that that image fairly and accurately represents what is in the image at the time he was present. That's my argument.
And the state's offer, Your Honor, is with respect to the what's at issue is the markings on the garage floor. A small mark contained on the measuring document that either Detective Riley or one of the other officers actually put down there does not make the document moot at this point.
The court's view is that
Benny says hi, everyone.
We'll call them devices, all what they purport to be in the photograph. The conclusions that the jury draws about how those stains arrived on those measuring devices is going to be up to the jury.
Puda.
Bring the jury back in.
Down in front. I said down in front to the...
Would counsel stipulate to the presence of all of the jurors?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor. When we left, counsel was still on voir dire.
I've finished my voir dire, so I'll just note that my objection is that this witness cannot state that these two images, and I'll note I make the same claim with regard to number 14 in this package, fairly and accurately represents what he observed that day. So I'll just rely on
we
my
make
objection.
sure the day we're talking about is clear. Is this the 25th or the 27th?
May I inquire, Your Honor, just to get it from Detective Riley? Sir, do you recall what day those photographs were taken?
Yes, these were taken on the 27th.
The objection is overruled. This states 9 file 6.
Yes, sir.
States 9 file 6 will be admitted as full.
Thank you. May I approach the witness again, Your Honor? I can. Again, states 9A. Sir, if you could take a look at what's been marked as file 7, garage B. You could take a few minutes and take a look at those photographs. Do you recognize what's depicted on those pages, please?
Yes, I do.
What is depicted on those?
They are
Oh,
photographs of the garage floor.
Because I'm going to bunk with you,
Lisa.
buddy. We're going to be buddies. We're going to be pals.
Upgrading
We're gonna wrestle around.
to Super Bowls. Thank you so much, Lisa. You rock. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
As we were processing it, and some of the items of evidence that we observed and collected.
And as you were processing, what day?
This would have been on the 27th.
Do those photographs fairly and accurately portray what those items look like on May 27, 2019?
Yes.
The state would offer, Your Honor, there's also a PDF, but that has already been admitted.
Blood here? Yes. And I just want to clarify now with this folder marked number 7, Garage B, does this folder, are all the images in there, as you recall it, that it fairly and accurately represents what you saw on that date of May 22nd?
Yes.
I have no objection to this folder, Your Honor.
Thank you. States 9, file 7, admitted as full.
Thank you. Actually, to show you States 9, file 8, titled Garage C. If you take a look at those photographs, for the record, Your Honor, the screen behind the witness is dark, and the screen in front of him I'm pulling up. If you can also take a look at that screen when you have a moment, sir.
Yes.
What are they?
Again, it's the garage of the residence and some of the stains found on the garage floor and on the photograph depicted on the screen is something we found on the interior face of one of the garage doors.
And what day are we talking about?
This would be on the 27th as well.
Do those photographs fairly and accurately portray what you indicated they are?
Yes.
The state would offer it?
Make the same inquiry, may I, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to ask the same question just so that I be consistent. You look at the images in this subfolder on this disk, number 8. You look at all the images, including the one that's on the screen because it didn't print, because it's a PDF, or it's an NEF, which I don't even know what that is. But do all of these images, including the one on the screen, fairly and accurately represent what you saw that evening, including whatever measuring devices are depicted in them?
Yes.
I have no objection to this folder.
States 9, file 8, admitted as full.
Thank you. Sir, if I may? States 9, file 9, labeled Garage D. So if you could take a few moments, please, and look at that document.
The answer is no one, Jackie. No one knows what's going on.
And could you bring up a photograph 10, please? Next one, please.
Thank you. Do you recognize what's depicted on that
Yes.
screen in front of you? And for the record, again, the screen behind you is blank or dark?
Yes. Again, this is the garage floor at 69 Wells and some of the exhibits that we found and staining that we found on the floor.
Now, with respect to these images, were they taken on different days or the same day? Do you recall?
Oh shit! Shelly gifted out 5 memberships.
371 was taken on the 25th.
And 371, are you indicating that's the one right?
Thank you so much, Shelly. You rock. Let's see who got one. Danielle got one. Nancy got one. Brooklyn got one. Stacy got one. Donna got one. Shelly, you rock. Thank you so much, Shelly.
In front of you?
Correct.
10-371?
Yes.
Okay. And the others?
The others appear to be taken on the 27th.
Okay. On each of the images that are portrayed on that document, sir, do each of them fairly and accurately depict what you saw on both the 25th and then 27th for the image in front of you?
Yes.
So you would offer it?
May I, Wadir? Could you just explain to me, you're saying that the particular image marked 10-371 was taken on a different day than the others that are in this image? In this subfolder, I mean?
Yes.
And what is it about that particular image that you realize was taken on a different day?
I recognize the exhibit, sir, and I know that I seized that exhibit on the 25th.
When you say exhibit, just because it's not shown yet, you're talking about somebody wrote the word exhibit number and a number on it, right?
Correct.
That's in the actual photograph.
Yes.
And there seems to be some kind of green material to the left. Do you recall seeing that when you were there on the 25th?
Yes.
And there seems to maybe be some curly thing that might be a piece of hair just above where the little measuring device is. Do you recall seeing that?
Yes.
And you were present for the other images as well on the 27th? The rest of the ones in the subfolder marked 9?
Yes.
And they look exactly the way, or that you recall them appearing, that the image appeared that's shown in these photographs, correct?
At some point during the processing, yes.
While you were present, though?
While I was present.
All right, no objection to these images.
Stage 9, file 9, admitted as full.
God, do we have to do this for every file? Can we just do it for all of them at once?
States 9, file.
Okay, can I see 3-186 on the screen, please?
And just for the record, the screen behind you is blank. The one in front of you should show that image.
Yes, I recognize it.
And with respect to each of the images contained on the document in front of you, sir, do you recognize each of those images?
Yes.
From what day?
These were from the 27th.
And were you present for when these images, or on the 27th for these images?
Yes.
Okay, and each of these, do they fairly and accurately portray what you saw that day?
Yes.
State would offer.
May I inquire, Judge?
Is she in the chat, Donnie?
Can you look at the image marked 4-187 in this subfolder? I'm going to ask you to indicate to me whether or not the stain or mark that's on the measuring device, it appears to be the same color as the other spots, was on the measuring device when you were there on May, you said the 25th or the 27th for these pictures?
These were on
Lisa
the 27th.
coming through again,
So do you recall
gifting out a
whether or not
membership
that stain
to
drop
Tiff
was
Knox.
there when you
Thank you
that's
so much,
depicted in that
Lisa.
specific image 4-187?
Lisa from the future coming in hot. Thank you,
Doesn't
Lisa.
look like a stain drop. It looks like some plain material.
Right, so now I'm talking about on top of the measuring device. We're looking at the same picture?
Yes.
4-187, there's a number 55 in the picture, right? So I'm talking about the right-hand smaller measuring device.
Yes.
You see right in the middle of it, there, near the middle, there's a stain of some sort.
Lisa is literally coming in hot.
Material, sir.
She's in Australia, and it's like
at the time
35 degrees
I'm just asking.
Celsius.
Yes, there were plant
which,
materials
based on my
floor
calculations, means it's 600 degrees
And
Fahrenheit.
right on top of the measuring device,
in
you're saying it
Australia,
fairly
it's
accurately
really hot
represents-
there.
you recall it being there.
On top of the measuring device?
Yes.
I don't remember specifically.
All right, so I'm going to make that same objection with regard to this particular image, but the rest of them, I just want to be sure. The others fairly and accurately represent the way you recall the scene that's depicted in these images on that date, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm only objection to the one image, Your Honor.
Thank you. The objection is overruled. Stakes 9, file 10, admitted as full.
Hey Siri, what is 35 degrees Celsius in Fahrenheit? Now you don't want to work? What is 35 degrees Celsius in Fahrenheit?
States 9, sir, file 11. garage
95 degrees, holy shit.
Look at that document. Do you recognize the photographs depicted in that on that page?
Brooklyn
Yes, I do.
series answered, just not mine.
These are various stains found on the garage floor at 69 Wells.
I think
Recall what day?
Avi asked if we're still on the ruler. We're on like every piece of evidence they put down, apparently. Every marker they're going over.
And do each, in looking at each of those photographs, do they fairly and accurately portray what you saw the garage, you saw that day on the 27th in May of 2019?
Yes.
State would offer it.
If I just could have one moment, Your Honor.
The court cannot see that ID.
Your Honor, it's actually.
I feel like this is going to be the rest of the day. Like, we're not even going to have any testimony or any, like, can we see the pictures? Can we do something here? This jury's got to be checked out. Also, isn't it supposed to be their break time? I guess not. Or no, that was 2 to 3. 3.
Well, first,
I
the
don't
court
know.
will hear what the objection is after.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let me just ask you the same question. In this group that's in folder 10, garage E, do these all represent fairly and accurately what you yourself saw when you were there?
They
on
are,
that day?
Amy.
Yes.
The jury is
I'm
present
not gonna
right now.
object to these.
States 9, file 11, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Admitted as full.
Thank you. Riley, from me. Sorry, Your Honor.
While we're doing this stupid stuff, does
States
anyone
9,
have any
file
suggestions for like a senior citizen for their
labeled garage
birthday?
G. Sir, if you could, please take a look at that document. There will also be another photograph depicted on your screen in front of you. Take a look at that. And just for the record, again, the screen behind the witness is blank. It is on the screen in front of him.
She just called me Jason, guys. I am in big, big trouble. Yeah, Jess, I'm talking about Shannon. Her birthday is Thursday. She's way older than me by like a lot. It's Shannon's birthday, Mandy, on Thursday.
196, please.
Supplemental insurance, good idea. Hearing aid appointment, that's a good idea too, actually.
I believe that would be one.
Yes.
That's a really good
Have it
idea,
correct
Madeline.
on the screen. Thank you.
So are you finished reviewing all those photographs?
Yes.
Do you recognize the photographs depicted both on the screen in front of you as well as the document in front of you?
Yes.
Do Do you recall on what day that these photographs were taken?
These were taken on.
Oh,
again, on the
Charlotte Perkin.
And were you
Whatcha?
present when they were taken?
Yes.
And looking at each of the images on the document in front of you, as well as the screen in front of you, do they
That's
I
the
should ask this first.
Brooklyn. That's on the first date. That's on the first date.
These are the photos depict an item of evidence that we found on the garage floor, as well as staining and some of the processing methods that were used.
And do these photographs fairly and accurately represent those items as you saw them on the day in May 27, 2019?
Yes.
They would offer them.
Why, dear?
By the way, if folks don't know, the joke is that Shannon is 6 months older than me, so I kid that she's a senior citizen and a cougar and way older than me.
You were present when all these items that are shown in these particular images were on the floor or on the...
Sorry,
correct?
You're right.
And,
I'm sorry,
I'm
Afi,
gonna ask
you're
you
right.
separately about 18, but all the rest of them, those fairly and accurately represent what you actually observed on May 27th, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to ask with regard to Exhibit 18, it's obviously not taken at the same time as the first image that's up on your screen, right?
Correct.
So were you present when somebody put these red strings down? Were you there for that?
I was there during that process, yes.
Were you there when this picture was taken, which shows the process being completed?
Yes, I saw the completed product.
You did see that?
Yes.
All right. I don't object to these things.
Just don't object to any of them. Just
12,
stipulate to all of them. Do we have to do this for everything?
Thank you, sir. States 9, file 13, table garbage cans. Please take a look at that document.
Both my brother and dad are January birthdays.
Do you recognize those photographs, sir?
Yes, I do.
What are they?
These are photographs of garbage cans that were found in the A corner of the garage.
And I'm taking a look at all the images on that page, sir. Do you recall what day these photographs were taken?
It appears that 1, 2, 3, and 5 were most likely taken on the 25th, and 4 was taken on the 27th.
Now, with respect to taking each of those images in and of itself, because there are 5 images, do they fairly and accurately represent what the garbage cans look like on 525 and or 527?
Yes.
And the state would offer them, Your Honor.
I want to clarify the disjunctive and or. So did they all look like that you observed on the 25th of May? All these images, whether one was taken on a different day or not?
Without regard to the scale that are depicted, yes. That's the way the garbage cans looked.
And the difference is on the 27th, somebody put the little scale stickers that's from the evidence van?
It appears that photo 4, somebody actually wrote on the... Can I see photo 4, please?
We'll just call it up for you.
Yes. That photo there was definitely taken on the 27th.
So if they have a little measuring thing and then there's somebody hand wrote something on it, that would, if it was handwritten on it, it's the 27th. If it's blank, it's maybe the 25th or the 27th, or we don't know.
Just for this specific item. Yes.
Okay. And just so that I'm clear, as far as the garbage pail is concerned, do you know if they were in these exact positions when you were there, or were they moved?
In the first photograph is how they appeared as we found them. And then during, our examination and search.
Karen is here. Karen. Oh, Ayana, good to see you. Here, you can never have too much Donnie. Karen, that's the shirt.
Okay, so
in your life.
relatively in the same position.
You can never have too much Donnie in your life. Gifted
no,
to me by the amazing Joanne.
9 filed, 13 admitted as false.
Is Karen, do you agree that you can never have too much Donnie in your life? Karen probably disagrees when she's at work and Donnie's emailing her pictures of her ham sandwich, bologna sandwich that she forgot at home.
Thanks a lot, man.
Oh, Auntie Lisa. That went really fast. I couldn't read it. Hold on, I'll get an email about it. Auntie Lisa, thank you, but I got to see what that said.
Okay.
Do you recognize, well, let me start with this. Photographs 1, 2, 3.
$10 from Auntie Lisa. Thank you so much. Why can't I see the note, though? Son of a...
9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Do you recall, or do you know when those photographs were taken?
Yes.
When were they taken?
These were taken on the 28th of May, 2019.
And where, what are they depictions of?
They are depictions of the Chevy Suburban seized from Lapham Road in New Canaan. And these photographs were taken during processing of that vehicle at the New Canaan Police Department.
Were you present for the processing of the vehicle?
Yes.
And were you present during, to see all of the items depicted in these photographs?
Yes.
Okay. Now, with respect to items 1 through 16, do those photographs fairly and accurately depict what they are portrayed in the images to be?
Yes.
Okay. Now, with respect to 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, and 26, were those taken on a different day?
I see photograph 22, please.
It's complicated here at the Donnie's
24 as well.
I believe that, Donnie.
Photographs 17 through 21 were taken on June 26th at Troop Chief Bridgeport.
And were you present on June 21st? Was that the day? I'm sorry.
I believe it was 26th.
26th. Were you present on June 26th?
Yes.
Were you present for these photographs?
Yes.
And do they fairly and accurately portray what they are depicted?
I'm like, what, Charlotte?
What are they?
These are items or conditions that we found on the underside of that Chevy Suburban seized on Lapham Road.
And that was with respect to, I'm sorry, 18, 19, 20, and 21?
Yes.
I'm not a Gemini?
And do they fairly and accurately portray, just to be clear, up to 21?
No, I'm a Cancer.
Okay. With respect to 22, 23, 24, 25, and 26, do you recognize those photographs?
Yes.
What are they?
These are photographs of...
Afie says the jury has checked out, and I agree. I have checked out, clearly.
It's like the exterior of that...
No, I'm a Cancer.
These were taken on the 28th of May, 2019, at the New Canaan Police Department.
Were you present when these
On
photographs were
Society.
taken?
Yes.
Do they fairly and accurately depict the, what'd you say, latent prints?
Yes.
On that were on the vehicle that day.
Yes.
They would offer the 9, file 14 in its entirety.
May I? What here?
Oh, Tracy is
just
too. Look at
separate
that.
out for the moment numbers 14, 15, and 16 for the moment. I'm just going to ask you about the rest of them in toto. With regard to all of those images, 1 through 13, and then 17 through 26, were you present in the location where they're shown so that you could say that what's being depicted in there, including fingerprints, you saw exactly what's in these images? Is that correct? And on the day that it was taken, you were there, you saw it, right?
Yes.
So let me just ask you, there are 3 images that that there's images of, but on the paper copy, they basically look black, okay? So my question is, these were taken at night, or were they taken in the dark, correct?
Correct.
Were you present when that was done?
Yes.
You were in the room when they turned off the light?
Yes.
And you watched them take the pictures?
Yes.
Those particular images were illuminated with a black light, is that correct?
No.
They were illuminated using a chemical, correct?
Yes.
Miss Lisa, July 4th is her birthday, which is just a regular old day
And the
in Australia.
photographs you were taken without a flash for those 3 images, correct?
Correct.
Can I just have a moment?
Oh, nice, Joanne. This is this is this jury is like, get us out of here. It's Friday. It's the weekend.
This was
listen to this to Jabroni. Talk about every piece of every picture.
In any event, I'm going to ask the court to give a limiting instruction regarding, but I don't object to 1 through 13 and 17 through 26 on subfolder 14.
So what the court can do right now is just exclude photos 14 through 16 and admit, pending argument, and admit as full 1 through 13, 17 through the balance as full.
Your Honor, just for the record, the state would be attempting to introduce those throughout the course of the testimony at a later point to hear once a foundation has been made. This is just to expedite the process of entering all the photographs, if I may. May I continue with the last folder?
Yes.
Oh, me and Joanne's daughter have the same birthday and year. Look at that.
Sir, states 9, folder 19, I'm sorry, not 19, 15, labeled Range Rover.
By the way, I got a limited ad revenue for the stream, like that it was sensitive material, whatever the hell they say. But I appealed it and it got approved, so that's good.
Yes, can I see photo 13, please?
Remember, folks, no court on Monday. Martin Luther King Day. Karen says, hey, y'all, you could definitely have enough Donnie. Karen, coming in hot.
Sir, do you see the photo reflected on the screen in front of you?
Yes.
Karen, you're renting out Donnie? What's the special?
And photo 8, please. Okay, recognize these.
You do. Sir, with respect to
$300 a day.
one, well, let me just ask you, are all those photos taken on the same day?
So to rent, it's cheap. It's cheaper to rent Donnie than to subscribe to his OnlyFans. Donnie, what's the current rate of your OnlyFans?
1 and 2, but the rest were taken 3 through 13 were taken on the 27th.
So
$349.99. Same. Okay, same one.
we're taking on the 27th. Where?
At 69 wells.
Okay. And with respect to 1 and 2, do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes, I do.
And what is depicted in those photographs?
That's the garage at 69.
What the hell?
And anything else inside those photographs?
That's a Range Rover that was found parked in the center bay.
With respect to 1 and 2, when you were present at 69 Wells on May 25th and May 27th, what is depicted?
Sorry about that, Afi. I got them. I think I got them all.
What the garage with the vehicle looked like?
Yes, it does.
And with respect to 3 through 13, were you present during those photographs?
Yes.
Do they fairly and accurately represent what they are depicted to be?
Yes.
Now, with respect to 14 through 18, do you recall those?
Yes, these were photographs taken of the Range Rover during additional processing on June 26th at Troop G Bridgeport.
And were you present for that additional processing?
Yes,
And do you recognize these photographs and what's depicted in them?
I do.
And do they fairly and accurately depict what you indicated they are to be?
Yes.
State would offer file 15, states 9.
And voir dire.
Mr. Rutherford, do you remember the question I've asked you like 15 times now?
Yes, I do.
Is it the answer is the same for all these pictures?
Yes.
All right, I'm not going to object to these.
Thank you. States 9, file 15, admitted as full.
Thank you, and let me just
Who dat?
Sergeant Riley, I want to talk about May 25th. Okay, the night.
Oh, are we
to May
done with that
25th,
now?
2019. You indicated you arrived at 69 Wells at about 2 o'clock in the morning.
Approximately, ma'am, yes.
Okay. What did you do when you first arrived?
When I first arrived on scene, I parked the van in the cul-de-sac.
Oh, actual testimony. Here we go.
Took a walk up the driveway to basically clear it of any items of evidentiary value. And then we parked the van in the driveway and awaited a search warrant.
Did you write a search warrant?
I did not.
Just for clarity, what is a search warrant?
Search warrant is authorizations signed by a judge that authorizes police officers to enter and search a premises or person.
Was a search warrant obtained for 69 Wells that night, or that morning, I should say?
Yes,
Did you review that?
I did.
At what time did you review that search warrant?
I would say approximately 4 o'clock in the morning.
And after And I believe what was your assignment again for 69 Wells that day?
Evidence collection.
Okay. Now, if I can, sir, I'm gonna draw your attention to States 9, to the screen behind you, which is not on. Thank you. States 9, file 1. If you could take a look behind you, sir. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
When you arrived that night, what do you recognize that to be, by the way?
That's the scene at 69 Wells.
And when you say you went up the driveway and parked the van, can you show where you went? If you wouldn't mind standing up, sir. Your Honor, is it okay if he... Thank you.
Well, when I did park the van up on the hill, it was over in this direction here. It may have been left out of the overall photograph.
Okay. And picture 2 of that same file, sir. Do you recognize that area?
Yes. That is the exterior of the garage, the 69 Wells.
And is this what the exterior of the garage looked like the morning of 5/25?
That's as we found it.
That's as you. Is this well, if I can. And then this photograph, sir?
That is a photo of the back of the house. It's 69 Wells.
Now, I believe you testified a little bit ago about taking swabs off of doors. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are there...
I know I joked earlier that like the garage is the size of my house, but looking at it, the garage is in fact about the size of my house.
Where you took the swabs that day, is that depicted in those photographs?
Some of the points of entry, yes.
Could you please point those out?
Yes. Here, the mudroom door, and here are these French patio doors.
Okay, and just for the record, that's the middle part of the photograph?
Yes.
Okay. What about picture 4?
As a photo of the side of the house, I believe that's the east side of the house.
And in about the middle, I guess lower, is that a door as well?
Yes.
Did you swab that door?
I did.
And when I say swab it, did you utilize that same process that you spoke about earlier?
Yes, I did.
Now, were you wearing gloves when you conducted each of those swabs?
Yes.
Do you change your gloves?
Yes.
Tell me why.
Because we're looking for minute quantities of biologic material, and we didn't want to contaminate it with foreign biologic material.
How often would you change your gloves?
When conducting these DNA swabs, after every sample.
So every time you swabbed a item, you would change your gloves?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have any other protective gear on?
I was wearing a face mask.
And I'm actually going to go back to the first photograph, sir. And if I can just zoom in a little bit on that. Is there a area that you swabbed on the front of the house depicted in that photograph?
Yes, the front door here.
Okay. And did you change your gloves for that as well?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. You can have a seat for now, sir. Thank you. Oh, yeah. Right. Now, on that day on May 25th, 2019, you were the evidence officer, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, can you again just explain what that means?
So it was my responsibility to identify items that we were going to seize and ensure that they were documented properly. Any kind of measurement that needed to be taken was taken. Any kind of field testing I would conduct, and then I would be responsible for the collection, the packaging, the labeling,
Okay.
and the reporting.
Is there a particular area of the house that on May 25th, 2019 you started with? Actually, I'll just, if I can, just show you. I'll start showing you some of the photographs. We'll start with this dates 9, file 2, I believe, picture 1. Did you enter the garage on May 25th, 2019?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Was the garage door open when you arrived? As
Yes.
it is in that photograph?
When we arrived, that center bay door was open.
Were there officers on scene when you arrived?
Yes.
And were there officers inside the garage when you arrived?
I don't believe so.
But the door was open?
The door was open.
Now, as you entered the garage, did you, where did you go or what did you do?
So once we obtained a search warrant, we began our walkthrough, and I entered the garage, entered the rest of the home through the door at the front of the Range Rover, and went and opened the front door to allow additional members of the team in.
Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph, sir?
Yes, that is the right side of the garage.
And is that how you saw it that day?
Yes.
And further, that was states 2, picture 2, this is picture 3. And what does that photograph depict?
That's again a photograph of the right side of the garage.
And picture 4?
That is the left side of the garage.
And picture 5?
The center of the garage, taken from one of the corners, looking at the door that would lead into the mudroom and kitchen of the first floor.
Is that the door that you entered the house on?
That I initially did, yes.
Was it locked?
I don't think so, ma'am.
I'm going to show you file or picture 6. What does that photograph depict?
That is a photograph of the that door to the mudroom. This is what I call the exterior side, or the garage side of the door. And on that doorknob, we found a visible fingerprint, or what appeared to us to be a visible fingerprint. And that's why you see the scale, the mark up there.
Now, I'm going to ask you a couple of questions of that, but before I do, what information had you been given prior to, as the evidence officer, it was your job to determine what, if anything, would be found for evidentiary value and seized, is that correct?
Yes, as other members of the team, if they saw something, they would bring it to my attention, and then I would decide whether or not we were going to seize it.
So at this point, when you entered the house as the evidence officer, what information had you have that allowed you to make these decisions?
Objection, hearsay, and vague.
Well, the evidence so far, as the court understood the evidence, is that he read the warrant affidavit.
Yes, sir.
So if that is the objection, if the testimony goes beyond that, the court can hear another objection. But if the answer is he read the warrant affidavit, that's the...
I'm not going to object to that.
My next question, Your Honor, is what is the information that contained in that warrant affidavit that helped you or guided you in making your decisions?
So I'm going to object on hearsay and relevance ground. You got a warrant, so he took his actions.
The objection is sustained.
If I can, Your Honor. Sir, why were you there at 69 Wells that day?
The objection asked and answered.
Well, at this point it becomes preliminary.
he was involved in a missing persons investigation. That's preliminary, it's already been established.
Okay. Now, I'm going to draw your attention to the photograph right behind you, sir, photograph 6, on, I believe, file 2. Now, I'm going to scroll in, if I can. Do you see that marking or that measurement?
Yes.
What is it?
That is how I would designate what was going to be seized. I would, assign it, our version of the exhibit, we call it an exhibit, that's the EX. We'll give it a sequential number for identification purposes, and we'll either write it on some sort of label or we'll drop one of those, plastic tents or placards with a number on it to denote it.
And so why did you give this number a designation of Exhibit 12?
Because on this side is pretty clearly visible a fingerprint. And then on the reverse side of it, we saw what possibly looked like some blood-like stains. Given what we had seen in the garage during our walkthrough, we found that this was probably a pretty valuable piece of evidence.
Okay. A couple of questions. Can you see, you indicated a fingerprint was visible?
Yes.
Was that after any kind of reagent or testing was done on it or before?
No, it was clearly visible to the naked eye.
Could you see it on that photograph behind you, please? If you could take a look.
Not very well. I can't see any rich detail.
On the photograph? Okay. And with respect to the Exhibit 12, what exactly is that in reference to? I guess that's not a good question, but is the Exhibit 12 the fingerprint, or is it the doorknob, or is it the door that it's on?
Well, this is, it was my intent to seize the entire doorknob. So Exhibit 12 represents the doorknob.
Okay. Did you seize the entire doorknob?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, the question the court has, counsel, does that include the plate behind the doorknob?
Yes, Your Honor.
If I can. Oh, I do have to zoom out. There. Picture 7. What does that depict, sir?
That is the doorknob after I had fumed it with super glue, cyanoacrylate. And this was taken in the van prior to final packaging.
Okay, if you could walk me through, please, pretty much everything you said. How did you seize it? We'll start with that.
So again, I donned new gloves, wore a face mask, and very carefully unscrewed it from the door without trying to disrupt either the fingerprint or any of the apparent stains on the interior side of it. Prior to doing this, I had set up a small fuming tent on the van. And this is a small device that we use. We secure the doorknob inside that fuming tent. Once I removed it, we put a small hot plate with a small amount of super glue or crazy glue on that hot plate. It creates fumes inside the plastic tent, and the fumes polymerize or kind of cement that print in place. So there's no chance of it being destroyed inside of the box that I eventually secured. So it can get to the lab in one piece, and the lab can examine it.
How long did it stay in the super glue tent?
Usually I'll set a timer for 10 or 12 minutes, and I'll just start checking it. It really depends on the item itself, the humidity. I keep a close eye on it because, like fingerprint dust, if you over-fume it, you'll destroy the print.
And how do you package it after the fuming is done?
So after this was done, I secured it in a cardboard box with zip ties.
Was it given any kind of evidence number?
Yes, we designated it as State Police Exhibit 12.
Now, with respect to State Police Exhibit 12, is there also a number that is given to the exhibits to delineate it in association with the case you're there for? Well, if I could rephrase that, is there an incident number or an evidence number that's associated with this investigation?
Yes, there is, and that's where a little confusion comes in. So we have a state police case number that we worked under. Initially, this was going to be simply an assist to New Canaan. All of our numbers, all of our exhibits are just numbered sequentially from 1 to whatever in order. Those are our numbers. That's for our documentation purposes. The intent was to turn these over, all of our exhibits over to the New Canaan Police Department, and usually the local police departments will put their own evidence labels on it, which could have a different number. Again, it's just a tracking number for the individual departments. Then, once it gets to the laboratory will sign it yet another number. So.
Now, you mentioned that this was originally an assist to New Canaan. What does that mean?
So again, New Canaan asked the state police for assistance in this missing person investigation. We do that on occasion. So we will usually we'll provide crime scene services to the local police department, at the conclusion of which we will turn over all the evidence, our photographs, all of our reports, so the local police department can continue on with their case. Sometimes they will ask for additional detectives, which we will supply. Basically, we do as much or as little as the local department asks.
Now, by the way, with respect to photograph 7 behind you, do you see the fingerprint that you were mentioning?
You didn't
on
feed
this?
the dogs?
If you can stand up, please, and go towards.
Babe was too busy talking about Donnie. She forgot to feed the dogs. She got distracted by Jedi Planned Parenthood.
It's not a very clear picture, but that's the area.
Okay.
So
Diabetes.
Thank you, sir. And just to clarify, this is picture 8 and picture 9. Can you see that photograph or the fingerprint on that photograph?
Yes.
Okay. If you could just point it out for the record.
So the application of the side light, see the flash here, it'll really bring up the rich detail and the fingerprint.
And do you point it to the middle of the screen?
Yes, sir.
Now you said a side light.
The side light is right here.
Do you utilize that in photographing fingerprints?
Yes, we do.
Okay, thank you. You can have a seat, sir. Now, did you enter the kitchen at all?
Yes, I did.
And how do you get to the kitchen from the garage?
So from the garage, you will go through that mudroom door that I removed the doorknob from. You will enter a small mudroom that has some cubbies and coat hooks, and then you will enter a kitchen.
Is that the mudroom that you were mentioning?
Yes. So you see on the left-hand side of the photograph, that's the mudroom door.
And what is that? This is states, I guess, picture 2. Is
Yes,
that
that's
also the mudroom?
correct.
Now, the door at the end of that in the picture. I guess that's in the middle of the picture. Where does that lead to?
I believe that leads to the backyard.
Is that a door that you had swabbed for the handles that you were talking about earlier?
Yes.
Just gonna pause this real quick. If you have, I know there's some new people in the chat, and we're talking about Donnie. If if you want to put a face to the name, here he is. Here, hold on. There he is. Sorry, but if you wanted to put a face to the name, that's Donnie. He sent me his picture. He sent me his picture in the last box that he sent, and there he is. So if you want to know what Donnie looks like, there, I told you he's very handsome. You could even see him in magazines. All right, so that's Donnie. Anyway, back to the trial.
And picture 3?
Picture 3 is a photo of the kitchen. You'll see the see the center island, and in that far corner, that's the doorway into the mudroom.
And picture 4?
Again, a photograph of the kitchen. The mudroom doorway is to the right, right adjacent to that purse on the floor.
Speaking about the purse on the floor in the bottom right, did you take any action with respect to that purse?
Yes, we did. Somewhere during processing, we examined the purse for any items of evidentiary value. We laid everything out on the dining room table that was in it, photographed it, documented it, and I believe we seized it, not on the warrant, but for safekeeping, and turned that over to New Canaan.
Did you, with respect to picture 5, is this what you were talking about? Does it depict the contents?
Hey,
of the
Mary.
purse?
Yes.
Did you do that?
I assisted with that, yes.
Oh, Modell's card.
And picture 6?
I used to work there.
Again, just another view.
That's a lot of money.
Purse contents.
Now, with respect to picture 7, do you see on the bottom right, there is a number 13. Do you see where I'm speaking, sir? About?
Yes, SpongeBob. Oh.
What is that?
That is a
That does look like your fish tank, Gary.
That we examined, and we found what appeared to be blood stains on it.
Now, did you put the 13 down?
I did.
Okay, for purposes, what is that called?
We call them evidence placards. Different departments call them different things. But again, it's just a number to designate.
Modell's is a sporting goods store in New York, in the Northeast, where I used to be the footwear department manager. I was like Al Bundy.
Designate the state police exhibit number that we're going to document under.
Kind of like Dick's Sporting Goods.
Is that the paper towel rolls right next to it?
Yes.
Is this how the paper towel rolls were found?
That's
off
how
the holder or on the holder?
It was off the holder.
And I'm actually going to show you States 9. Actually, I'll go back. I'm sorry. States picture 8. Upon looking at that, I guess item 13, the paper towel holder, or paper towels, you indicated there was a blood-like stain. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Where was that?
It was on the upper part and on the inside cardboard tube of the paper towel roll.
Who found that?
I did.
States photograph 9. I'm going to zoom in a little bit. Can you explain what that shows, sir?
So this is the area of the apparent blood that we found on the paper towel roll.
And what did you do once you observed it?
I field tested it.
What does that mean?
So we have a presumptive field test that we utilize in the major crime squad. It screens for the presence
I'm
of
going to
blood.
object to this testimony. This witness is not qualified to testify to this.
Well, the issue of the presumptive test is going to require essentially argument outside of the presence of the jury. It is 4:25. What the court is inclined to do is dismiss the jury for today. We can take up the argument on the
If I can, Your Honor.
presumptive test.
Yes, Your Honor, I would just indicate I am not done with my foundation questions with him. I don't know if that will influence the court's decisions with respect to any ruling.
Well, the testimony was about to be, this is a test that we conduct in order to. And Attorney Schoenhorn stood up and rightly indicated this is the subject of a matter that should be taken up outside of the presence of the jury. The foundational question was leading, not inappropriately, leading this witness to talk about what that test is and what it's supposed to show.
That's fine.
So the testimony that he administered a test stands. But that's as far as it goes.
Yes, Your Honor.
So what the court is going to do, ladies and gentlemen, is dismiss you for today. Of course, the holiday is on Monday. We do not know what the weather report will be for Tuesday. But as of right now, we would ask that you report, well, in fact, check the judicial branch website for information about whether or not juries are going to be brought in on Tuesday. That information will be on the judicial branch website. If we are in session, we will resume on Tuesday morning at 10 o'clock. We ask that you, again, not discuss the case, not follow any media reports about the case. Thank you and have a safe weekend. It appears to the court that the easiest way for the court to determine the admissibility of the evidence is to hear the offer of proof through this witness.
May I question him, Your Honor?
Yes.
You said a field test. What do you mean by field test?
So it's a screening test we use for the presence of blood. It's called the Castlemeyer test. It consists of two reagents, a phenolphthalein and then a hydrogen peroxide. When you combine these two chemicals together, 9 times out of 10 on a swab, and wait a couple of minutes, it's going to change to a bright pink color. That's part of the chemical reaction. If we combine those two chemicals onto a swab and we get an immediate color change, that's a positive indication for the presence of blood. So the way we conduct the test is we have a suspected stain that we think may be blood. We'll collect a small amount of that stain on a swab, put a drop of the phenolphthalein solution on it, wait a couple of seconds to see if there's any color change. If there's not, we'll put a drop of hydrogen peroxide on that swab. And if we get an immediate bright pink color change, that's a positive indication.
And how many times have you conducted this presumptive test?
Thousands.
And are you trained in it?
Yes.
Can you please explain some of your training?
My training is basically through the State Police Forensic Lab, where we obtain the special formulation of phenolphthalein solution. They provide us that reagent, and then we obtain the hydrogen peroxide and sterile water that we use as a solvent to actually collect the stain from a chemical supply house. So the training was through forensic lab and in-service program.
And when were you trained to do this?
Sometime in the early 2000s.
And is there any changes in the way that the testing has been done since the early 2000s?
No.
Okay, and is there any, do you continuously get that, the items and the, I guess the reagent, is that what is that issue or what causes the change?
A reagent is just a fancy name for a chemical.
Okay, do you get that directly from the Connecticut State Lab?
Yes, I do.
Now, what exactly is, if you can just explain what the results of that mean, the test?
Oh, I'm sorry. I left a step out. So if we get that immediate color change, it means that the chemical reaction has been sped up. So it means there's a catalyst present on that swab where we combine the chemicals. That catalyst that we're looking for is the hemoglobin component of blood.
And does that state whether or not, or tell you whether or not it is blood, or what type of blood, or anything in relation to that?
It's a positive screen for blood, so it leads us to believe it is blood. However, it won't screen human from any other blood that contains hemoglobin. So it won't differentiate between animal blood and human blood.
Does it test positive or change color in relation to anything besides that hemoglobin?
Yes, I mean, basically anything with a perioxidase ability to it. So certain foods, horseradish, turmeric come to mind. You know, there could be some other items that would cause a false positive. However, we just use it as a screening test. If we, you know, if it's a suspect stain, a substance we don't know, we'll still collect it.
Now, with respect to the item 13 behind you, just walk me through the steps that you conducted with that.
So I would take a swab moistened with sterile water, collect a small amount of that reddish brown substance onto the swab. It's a very sensitive test. Again, put a drop of the phenolphthalein solution on it, wait a second or two, put another drop of the hydrogen peroxide on.
He's talking in present.
Well, this
terms.
is an offer of proof.
Right, but I don't even know if he's talking about what he did here, which was the question.
I believe my question was, what did you do? And
After waiting a few seconds, I did put a drop of the hydrogen peroxide solution on it, obtaining an immediate result, positive result, that bright pink color. I noted it as such. Then later, I packaged the roll of paper towel and noted the positive field test on the evidence label.
that is the state's offer of proof with respect to the field test, Your Honor. I'm also assuming it would be with respect to can I just ask one follow-up question? With respect to other items that were field tested, did you keep that day on May 27th or 25th, 2019, is it the same process that you just testified to?
Yes.
Okay. Nothing changes based on the substance or the item that you're testing?
No.
Okay.
Oh. The court has a few concerns. First is the phrase positive indication. Now, as the court understands the explanation, there can be a positive indication for other than hemoglobin. So the term positive indication by itself, the court is understanding the testimony to mean positive indication for blood. So just to say positive indication would be misleading. As the court understood the testimony, even radishes can render a positive indication. Secondly, the court is concerned about the phrase false positive. To be clear, the court understands that phrase to mean false positive for hemoglobin. Otherwise, if there's the hydrogen peroxide applied and it immediately turns colors, that's not a false positive, that's just positive. The third concern the court has, and the court may have to think about this over a period of time. The third concern the court has is this. The training undergone by the state police trains for blood only. The court does not understand the training to include all of the substances that could render a positive result. So if there are 40 substances that render a positive result, the court's understanding is that the training doesn't include watching the change in color concerning 40 substances. The training is very limited, as the court understands, to hemoglobin. The court understands the testimony. This test can not differentiate between animal or human hemoglobin and will render a positive result for other than hemoglobin. So the court is going to take its time, not render a decision today, but when we return, the court has to think this through. On certain matters, the court plays slow pitch. There's nothing else concerning the offer today, correct?
Your Honor, I can clear up some of those with the directions and the concern the court has on direct in the nature of the state's questions. I would just indicate that. But with respect to the offer, beyond addressing Your Honor's concerns, no.
So it is unlikely that we will forget where we left off when we reconvene on Tuesday.
Judge, can I just be heard on a brief scheduling issue?
Yes.
Maybe throw a 6 to 12 foot pitch. The defense, Your Honor, as you recall yesterday, filed a motion to exclude certain DNA science, and they specifically requested a Porter hearing. Now, we did anticipate getting to some DNA evidence, not all of it, next week, and so my concern, Your Honor, is if the court is inclined to grant a Porter hearing, which of course we don't think you should, and we wrote extensively about that in our memorandum, that could, potentially eat up an entire day of evidence. And so I just want to get this motion on the books so that maybe we can get back to some fast pitch. That's all.
Well, what the court cannot contemplate at this time, Attorney McGinnis, is a double header. So we'll leave that for next week.
And I'll just schedule, I just looked at my weather app for one of the Connecticut television stations, but I will not specify which one. It says watching a major winter storm for Tuesday. So what should we do and how should we find out before Tuesday whether we're going to proceed or not? Is there a way I can find out from Your Honor by email so that we're...
Well, what happens with the court is that over the judicial branch alert system, the judges do not have to consult the website. We would get an emergency alert. But the court thinks that that alert would have gone out to others who would alert jurors not to come in. So for other than court staff, it probably would be the website.
And if I could just inquire, other than this discrete issue, I assume the witness is excused for today. Other than this discrete issue, how much longer we'd like to at least plan for Tuesday, assuming we're going forward, how much longer we have a direct with this witness? I'm not going to have a lot of cross, and then at least we can find out who other witnesses are going to be on Tuesday.
Your Honor, we spent a good hour and a half authenticating the videos, so or maybe not an hour and a half, but a good hour. But not the videos, the pictures. I am only beginning my direct at this point to go through all the photographs. I assume Detective Riley should be done by 1, maybe. I'm going to be positive and say we were hoping to. I know Detective Riley also is under subpoena in federal court for Tuesday, so we will try but I can't predict how long the direct is going to be.
I'm not going to argue a supremacy clause issue. As far as I'm concerned, this court is more important than whatever is going on.
Oh, I completely agree with counsel on that one. I just wanted to inform the court that I do know Detective Riley is very much wanted in multiple courts.
Well, let's just see how things develop for Tuesday. Thank you. Detective, you can, Sergeant, you can step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The judicial website for Tuesday. And we'll stand adjourned today.
All rise.
All right, folks. That's it. Thank you all so much for being here. Looks like, Monday, definitely not court, but it looks like Tuesday we might not be having court either. If there is court, it's going to be the first time I've ever done a dual stream where actually Nerdy Attic is going to control like everything that's going on, but it will still be through our channel as well. So there'll still be a stream through the Shaming of Jay. We're going to do it together. Tomorrow, Babe, Shannon doing Mary Kay Letourneau at 6 p.m. Eastern. Tonight, Publicly Buzzed and Bob Mata watching Swingers on Kick at 9, I believe. I think Bob has a stream also later. This portal should take you to Shannon's stream if you could like it and get it in the stream. Thank you all so much for your support. You guys are just amazing as always. Thank you, mods, who are always just crushing it. And have a good weekend, everybody. I appreciate all of you very much. And yeah, me and Shannon having a little date tonight. We'll use her AARP card, get some discounts. And I'm going to start working on another video on a different case, folks. Going to start working on another video for a different case. So I hope you guys like that. Thank you all so much. Have a good night. Have a good weekend. Love you guys. Catch you on Tuesday or possibly Wednesday. And possibly a video coming out this weekend. Thanks, everybody. Love you.
Thank you for joining us, J-Bo Nation. Please give all of yourselves an ovation. No, it won't be real long until next time. Oh, J-Bo Nation, there's no place we'd rather be. J-Bo Nation is the place to be. J-Bo Nation is the place.